You're a shite artist. I only draw pictures of shite. And shite accessories. It's just, what do you do? You just draw giant murals of the poop emoji. I'm a shite artist. And shite paraphernalia, like toilets, yeah. And porta potties. I actually, I know a channel on Twitch named Porter John, and he has a poop emoji emote and a toilet emote. And he wanted to make like all of his emotes just various toilets with smiley faces on them. But he stopped streaming a long time ago, and I miss it. Shitane and shitane accessories and shite paraphernalia like toilets. Did you hear about this bidet? I hear it's good shit. I mean, it'll get rid of your good shit. Anyway, let's change this subject. And this stream is not sponsored by fuck. What's the name of that thing? Hello Tushy? Yeah, that's it. That's the bidet company that all the podcast ads are for. Which is funny because it's like one word away from just being a very explicit adult content site. If you even slightly fuck up that URL, you land on porn. All right. Enough of not sponsorships. This very late stream is getting started very late. You're 340! A Longdeath. Again's here. I assume Stone's asleep because Stone hasn't popped in, so. You could see Banksy drawing boob emoji. I could too, but he's also like 60, isn't he? So I have to read the AdWords stories. Hold up, and then we'll actually get to the stream itself. Where was the last thing that I wrote? Breathing is essential. Yes. Hunger intensifies when hungry. Thirst for wine makes wine thirsty. Gamer will be gaming. You are an unimaginative gamer? And banana. Pirates listen to jazz and ragtime with bongos. There you go. Yo, Squug, what up? How thing? Anyway, now to actually do the stream thing. The dwarves that are currently live, because it is like literally the first of the year. Yeah, it's the first of Granite, early spring. Pilot, Vimamel, Cleveneer, Nanochip, Jimmy Tibby, Diamond Destruct the Second, Peter, Massive, Axon, Corvius Wade, Zindros, Ghost, Seeker, Knowles, Bluewater, Defcon, Mark. I have to burp. Laggy, Do It, LaFonda, Dragon, Bumblebed, Sideways, Krakenzieg, Stone, Don Caribou, Rari, who's back on Sunday, Chocobo, Volleylol, Bellinair, Arch, Whitcode, and Holumpy. Also, the investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, Chad. And here come the humans to drop off their annual tribute. Uh-oh, we have a mandate. We have to make 2 cabinets. Done. Ew. On the bright side, it's been happy season for me. So I've been in high spirits recently. Even, you know, all things considered. So that's nice. Also, I think going to concerts has helped my mental health a lot recently, too. Like, I've kind of gotten past the most recent depressive spell I was in, which was pretty fucking bad this year. It's the worst it's ever been. Maybe not it's ever been, but some of the worst it's ever been. The dwarf's locked right now? It's there. Okay, let's turn that off. Whoopsies. Because, you know, like, anybody who's been watching this channel for an extended period of time will know that I have, like, on and off serious problems with mental health. Where it'll get really bad for a bit, and then it'll be okay, and then it'll get really bad again, and then it'll be okay, and then it'll get really bad again. But we've been pretty good the past little bit. Iron chain leggings, how nice of them. Although they're too big for us, probably, because they're human-sized iron chain leggings. How unfortunate. What? Post an image thing on Discord looks different now. Weird. Although you can kind of preview it now, so that's kind of neat. I mean, it's still the same functionality, it just looks different. Weird. All right. So we're still working on the whole digging thing. On the whole digging thing in the basement. So I think we'll just kind of let the dwarves chill for a minute. And just kind of do their crafting, then we'll get back to digging. Because we are working on the big project. It should be good. This thing. This is what we've been digging out down here. Doing small controlled cave-ins and other such things. Be fun. Could be fun. But how you feeling today, Squug? Things good? You doing all right? But you know, drama and stuff aside, it's just kind of a mess at the end of the day. You know, unfortunately with drama, the only people that really win are the reporters. And like I said to Alexandra, the community manager at KitFox, is like, the actual loser here is Bay 12, because they're gonna have no promotional footage for Steam DF until until they get a new artist on board, right? And then they have actual, because they're gonna the art team has been ahead of Tarn's programming for a while, to the point where Mayday actually took a sabbatical of like 4 months or something. So like Mayday actually took quite a large period of time off because they were so far ahead. So it's like the art team's been ahead of Tarn Adams' work for quite some time. So at the end of the day, it actually doesn't hugely matter that the art's getting delayed. It just means that, you know, as Tarn catches up, there won't be any like new things to show for a little bit, which, you know, at the end of the day, directly hurts me because, you know, the thing that the most people watch on my YouTube channel, and it's not even like a joke to say this, is the news about DF, right? It's like far and away the thing that people watch on my YouTube channel. So like that side also kind of sucks, and there really ain't much that I can do about it. I've got so many different types of gems, it's ridiculous. What are these? These are black zircons, rough almandines. Let's get you cutting almandines. And the black zircons. I mean, that wouldn't like really benefit the advertising of the new graphics, now would it? Like, not using the new graphics wouldn't exactly benefit the using of the advertising the new graphics. It's kind of like counterproductive to the whole point. It would be like trying to sell it would be like trying to convince somebody who's always eaten apples. It'd be like trying to sell them an orange, and then instead of selling them an orange, you're giving them an apple again. It's like, well, we're trying to sell you oranges, but here's this apple for $5. It's like, that doesn't work. You're literally selling me the wrong product. So no, there's no reason to do that. I mean, as far as I know, the UI art is mostly done. As far as I know, I might be wrong, but it just means that it'll be a couple of months. So probably, like, I would guess until like February or March before we really see new stuff. Wouldn't surprise me. So in that regard, versus what I was saying earlier, I guess, yeah, I should milk the views as much as I can right now. Also, if anybody would like a dwarf, we do have a bunch of unnamed merchants in the fort. We do have a bunch of unnamed merchants. So I could give you a merchant if you would like a merchant. Who's the dwarf attending the meeting? Or... Oh, right, yeah, this dwarf's depressed. Right, yeah. This dwarf killed another dwarf a while ago. Hi, new here. Name you and send you to your death. Zentuski, sure. I'll give you a merchant, for sure. I'm not going to send you to your death, but you'll die eventually somehow. You've killed a buzzard. Zentsuki? Is that how you say that? Zentsuki? Zentsuki. Zentsuki! She is exasperated when caught in the rain, and her fourth finger on her left hand is broken and smashed open. She's 110 years old, born on the 17th of Malachite. She has 2 children, Diamond Destruct II and Vinsati III. And she is romantically involved with Aiden. She has a lover. No husband, though. Your husband died. But, you know, you are romantically involved with somebody. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday and becomes absolutely hopeless in stressful situations. Often feels filled with joy and is truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to her own detriment and the harm of those around her, and never feels hatred towards anyone or anything. She feels... she never feel... She's easily moved to mercy and rarely develops negative sentiments. She has a greedy streak and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible and has little interest in joking around. She often feels envious of others and is quick to anger. She is slow to trust others, and she is often nervous. She prefers to present herself modestly and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and is a friendly individual. Her voice trails off when she's thinking about something, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. She's a hardened individual. Scroll wheel on the mouse. You don't really zoom in and out, but you can, like, do this. Also, you know what's hilarious? Xeno, now that you've been playing, go to the military screen by hitting M and then click on stuff with your mouse. This game has mouse support in some places for some reason. It's kind of like getting your palm read. Zensuke. It's kind of like getting your palm read. Also, go to an area that you haven't dug out, okay? And then hit D. Like, the game does kind of have mouse support. Why? I don't know. You want to know what's even better? Is it only works in the default resolution. So, like, mouse support doesn't work down here, but it does work up here. So, like, you can... I'm holding the button down. Anyway, so it sort of has... Sorta? Facts? Tard? It's the correct response. Throws thing in the air. And Kalias, what's up? It's good to see you. All right. Scrolling the mouse wheel in and out. That's how I zoom in and out. Literally scrolling the mouse wheel in and out. You have to click on the screen to have it selected and scroll the mouse wheel in and out. Are the controlled cave-ins coming along? We haven't done one yet today. I've got to trade with these elves that are telling me yee. But aside from that, after we finish trading with Kanye West over here. But pretty good. We did a couple yesterday, and they went pretty smoothly, and hopefully we can do more today. But it is bucketing rain outside, and we started up very late today because my internet went out. Like, literally, I got up. I got up, set my computer up, got all ready. Internet was working fine. Took a shower, came out, made coffee, made breakfast, started drinking my coffee, came back over, sat down. I ate breakfast, after eating breakfast, obviously. Sat down here, and then my internet went out as I was sitting here. It was kind of maddening. So stream started like 2 hours late because of that. Due to the weather, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So not much I can do. But the controlled cave-ins are coming along just fine. We're just gonna do some quick trading with the elves. Now, because the elves don't like buying anything made of wood, you'll actually notice, because I only sell them meals because it's the easiest thing to sell elves without worrying. I don't store my food in barrels. I store it in rock pots, which are made at crafts shops instead of the carpentry shop, just so that we can do this easily. 2 masterwork prepared meals, more than enough. More than enough. Absolutely more than enough. So I would say the controlled cave-ins are coming along pretty well, and we'll do more today. I too have thousands of hours in RimWorld. It's an excellent game, but quite a bit different than Dwarf Horde. Are we winning? Dwarf Fortress isn't a game about winning. Dwarf Fortress is more about the journey. Dwarf Fortress is kind of one of the original, maybe not the original, but it's one of the make your own fun style of games, right? It's a game about existing as part of a very large simulated world. Because like the main difference between Dwarf Fortress and RimWorld that, in my opinion, makes Dwarf Fortress significantly more interesting. Like RimWorld's an excellent base building tower defense game, but and I'm helping manage the RimWorld Hot Potato Charity Marathon, which Liam has right now in the background, and they've raised $20,000 for Doctors Without Borders. So like, you know, I'm pressing all of the wrong buttons. I am like quite fond of RimWorld for a lot of reasons, but the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress significantly more interesting is this, which is the world map. So when you generate a world in a lot of games like this, it just gives you a flat static map with a bunch of icons on it, and it populates those icons with little tasks that you can go do, and maybe quests if you're lucky. Whereas Dwarf Fortress generates you hundreds, if not thousands, of years of history, hundreds, if not thousands, if not potential millions of written characters with names and histories and backstories and parents and calculated events. And then you can go in and read all of the history. Cave-ins, it's exactly what you think it is. It's when you cave in a layer. You literally... Like, literally every single icon and piece of this map is simulated, tracked, and evolving and changing over time. So you're not really playing Dwarf Fortress to win. You're playing Dwarf Fortress to interact with the world and affect the world. Like, right now, we have the biggest library in the world, and we can sell our books to people and then watch them pop up in other places and see the knowledge spread and stuff like that. So if I hit N, we can see all of the news that's going on. Right now, looks like one of the mountain homes, as part of my faction, is at war with the goblins. That's what that little line is there. But this world is pretty small and not super active, so not a huge amount of stuff happens, because we're trying to do this. We're trying to keep this world alive or this fortress alive for 1,000 years to break the oldest heavily documented fortress, or surpass it, which is Archcrystal. Archcrystal was alive for 500 in-game years and took the creator about 6 or 7 years to finish. We are at currently, and 6 or 7 years real time to finish. We are currently at year 345. We started on year 5, so this fortress is 340 years old. We started August 2020. So that's what this fortress is. This fortress is basically a Dwarf Fortress soap opera of family trees and interpersonal relationships and struggles to like keep the population up and all that jazz. So it's a good time. It's a good time. And hi Mark, how you doing? I have to try so hard to not just make the room joke every time I see your name. Now we just need to wait for our broker to get down here. Got the game paused. I mean, I don't know if you've looked at the emotes, Mark, but we do actually have a Tummywise zone. So you could actually, whenever people if anybody ever makes that joke to you, you can respond with Crip Y now. You're going to try the new Halo? Hell yeah. Tomorrow's going to be a very busy day for me. If you'd like to play this, but it's nice to watch. It's a weird game, and it's not for everybody. I mean, I'll say this, like, if you want probably one of the best story generating sandboxes ever, Dwarf Fortress is far and away the coolest thing ever made. If you want goals and quests, Dwarf Fortress will leave you wanting. But it is what I would describe as one of the most important and coolest games ever made, even if it's not something you're interested in. Nope, absolutely not. Dwarves will not marry or sleep with siblings. Cousins, yes. Siblings, no. So pretty standard medieval bullshit. But all of these white names in the chat, these are merchants, which I can request merchants from other fortresses. Merchants are sort of like temporary workers. So we can bring in merchants from other family trees that marry in and have kids. So it's actually pretty diverse. But there are several family trees that have gone on for a very long time. Like if I go to, not Diamond, but if I go to, I think Peter the Third. Nah, let's go to DEFCON. DEFCON, I think. Yeah, so DEFCON's parents were merchants, right? And they married another merchant, so they married somebody from a different family tree. If I go to La Fonda, their parents were Simplex and Vinsati II. If I go to Simplex, who died quite a long time ago, their grandparents were so La Fonda, who's alive in my tavern keeper right now, one of my tavern keepers, her great grandmother was one of my first 7 dwarves. Who's this dwarf? Eurypterus. This was one of the first 7. Who's in a grave now. Has been dead for a while. Not unusual, but it still happens. I mean, a MotoGP driver just married his stepsister. So, I mean, weird stuff happens all over the world. But no, there is no incest in Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, that's totally fair, Mark. That's totally fair. But like the game that I'm playing is very, very similar to the game that will be the Steam version. One of your dwarves had a baby, and when I clicked Z to go to it, it selected the dead miner? The baby? I mean, if you hit U and go down to the bottom, the baby should be at the bottom. And it should be a red name. Not usual, but it happens. Yeah, I mean, that's a little strange. Yeah, one of the things that I like about Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress very much sticks to the Addams Brothers political ideals. So there's a lot of things that are just like not in the game that are in other games that I think suit Dwarf Fortress. It's like the dwarves don't believe in slavery, right? So there is no enslaving of enemies even after they've been captured, right? The goblins do, and certain other factions do, but like the dwarves, no. The dwarves are fond of drink and industry and working hard and good craftsmanship. They don't particularly truck with the more evil or sadistic things, and I kind of like that because, like, you know, as a annoying commie lefty, well, not quite, but socialist lefty, this game speaks to me in a lot of ways, which, you know, doesn't make everybody happy, but I like it. Dwarf Fortress is a very special game. And regardless of whether or not you're interested in playing it, it's a cool game. Hey, comrade. Not quite. Not quite. They don't enjoy eating people. They eat their fallen comrades after battle. Specifically. Like, it's like a ceremonial post-combat thing, right? And it's interesting because, like, elves are immortal, right? Like, they don't die. So it kind of makes sense that elves would probably have very different religious rites to other factions. Like, it makes a lot of logical sense. Like, if you think about it, it makes sense why the elves would have a different ideology to people who are, you know, I'm cleaning up around the edges of my cave-ins now. It makes sense why the elves would have a very different ideology to other people. It's just like goblins have legal murder. Like, what's weirder? Eating your fallen comrades after battle and gaining their power? I mean, fucking, we humans did that in our history. Like, look up the Maoris. Like, we fucking did that. Look up the Aztecs. Like, cannibalism is all over human culture in our history. Versus, like, the goblins who are just like legal murder. Like, you can murder for sport in goblin society. Yeah, exactly. And I really like that difference. And a lot of people are like, well, they believe in they're cannibals, so they're evil. It's like, that's not necessarily evil. Different for sure. Evil, I don't know. I don't know about that. Eat the heart of a brave enemy to become braver too. Yeah, it's to a degree. Yeah, absolutely. And then, like it's fun times. I enjoy that like kind of the weird political generations of Dwarf Fortress. I think it's neat. Although one of my like the most famous bug for Dwarf Fortress is literally is like the cats dying in the taverns, right? Which got patched out a long time ago, or cat explosions, which also got patched out long time ago. But my actual favorite bug in Dwarf Fortress is the fact that it simulated capitalism too effectively. And what happened is you had a couple of billionaire mogul dwarves who bought all of the housing and evicted everybody else in a bunch of homeless dwarves because they had to like have money and trade for items and pay for items and pay for their housing. And it worked too well. And what would happen is after like, you know, a couple of years of your fortress, you'd have one dwarf with all of the money. We were talking about bugs, and are you gonna tell me that I haven't made the bugs thing a command yet? What I'm describing is not a bug. Okay, well, my favorite quirk of Dwarf Fortress is that it was too effective. You happy now? My favorite quirk of Dwarf Fortress is that capitalism was too effective and worked too well. It worked so well, it predicted the future of Amazon. I'm listening. He says it's a feature. Oopsies. I hit the wrong button. That's the stairs. Do you want to know what cat explosions are? When they added a whole bunch of animals into the game and made a bunch of animals more intelligent, there was a typo in the breeding rate of cats, Zeno, where they would breed so fast that you can if you had there was a specific number of cats where if you had a specific number of cats in your fortress, they would actually breed faster than you could slaughter them. That's what a cat explosion was. And you needed a lot of cats in your fort. You needed like quite a few cats in your fort. But there was a point where they would breed faster than the dwarves could actually slaughter them or geld them. And they would breed so fast that your frame rate would die. It was in a much older version of the game. So a cat explosion was basically just enough cats just multiplying. Yeah, and it wasn't in the game for very long. And then there's a meme video which you can find on YouTube called Thermonuclear Cat Explosion, which was somebody who made cat's blood hotter than lava. It was the same temperature as the blood of Dragonfire, which is very easy to do actually in the raws. You can change temperatures of stuff very easily. And just like a person from this chat decided to make lava a drinkable liquid just to see what would happen, and all the dwarves exploded. Anyway, there's a video called Thermonuclear Cat Explosion, and Thermonuclear Cat Explosion was basically just cats breeding faster than you could slaughter them and also exploding into fire. And it was nursing the first litter, and we ended up with 13 cats. I mean, who actually lost here? I think you won. I don't see any problem with this situation because your cat got pregnant before she finished nursing her kittens. I mean, I think that you won. Also, you should have separated the cats, but that's besides the point. Maybe if it was an outdoor cat, that'd be kind of difficult. Australia suffers with it. I mean, it happens all the time with bunny rabbits in the wild too. But yeah, that's what a cat explosion is, and that's what a thermonuclear cat explosion was. Thermonuclear cat explosion is a meme, and normal cat explosions were a misbalance of breeding rates of cats, or as chat just put it, a more accurate breeding rate of cats. Cats, actual bunny rabbits, confirmed. All right, so we got to smooth the edges of this. Okay. Which means I gotta build floors here. And here. Gotta fix my errors from earlier. That's fine. Probably because they need a bigger pasture to graze. Basically, what you'll need for your yaks is a space about this big above ground set as a pasture, hen pasture. Like I'll show you my pastures. That's my cow pasture. These are all cows. All these C's. These are my cows. They pasture there. And these are this is my unicorn's pasture. The unicorns eat way more than the cows. Oh, they're different animals? Yeah, then you have to assign them to the pasture. So you have to select the pasture with the I key, and then select the new animals and put them in the pasture. So if you've had if more animals have arrived since then, yeah, you need to assign them to the pasture. Are we? Let's just do this. Because I need to get these trees chopped down. My phone just vibrated. Why is that? Wait, hold up. Not sure how they're getting into here, but apparently they did. What the fuck? Just got like a slot machine ad on my phone. Not sure how, but I need to disable this. Turn off notifications. Block website. Yeah, what the fuck? Why the hell did that happen? All right. So yeah, no, it's keeping animals alive in DF can sometimes be a bit of a pain in the dick. Being honest. But yeah, no, there's a lot of legendary features slash bugs in DF that are just fun to think about and talk about and joke about. It really is. And generally, they're all kind of just great. Put a door there. This easy. And then I think we're going to put flooring into all of this. I think that's how we're going to do that. What kind of blocks do we have? Let's just use mudstone. Shale is stone, yeah. Shale is a type of stone. Oh, also, another thing about learning Dwarf Fortress is if you do learn Dwarf Fortress, you'll have a minor in geology by the time you're done. By the time you're done and you, like, look at... And you end up playing Dwarf Fortress again, you'll be like, oh, well, shit. I know what all of these stones are. Like, I had somebody recently ask me, they're like, why do you call this one type of stone nice? It's like, because the G is silent. I didn't know that before I started playing Dwarf Fortress. I always thought it was called gnus, but no, it's nice. Which is why all the 69 jokes involve nice. And why are they idle? It doesn't matter if dwarves are idle. Dwarves being idle just means they're going from one job to another. But I don't know what you're trying to do. Probably because they can't get to it, or it's forbidden. Probably why they're idle. Or the stockpile is full. I mean, there's plenty of different reasons why It could be. Either they can't get to it, they're forbidden, which you can check with DBC. I can figure out what the hotkey is in a second. Like I know all of the hotkeys in muscle memory, but I can't always remember what they are. Like when people are like, what's the hotkey for this? I'm always like, yeah, DBC, DB, and then C. Check if they're green, then they're forbidden. Let's just let them do that first bit. But yes, Squug, it's very nice. Also, dwarves being idle isn't a bad thing. Dwarves actually need some idle time, just like humans in real life. The idlers thing is kind of an artifact of old design from the game before that I think Tarn's actually debating on removing from the game because it like doesn't actually have any relevance anymore. It just means that dwarves are moving from one job to another or are taking a break. Oh, also another thing, if you haven't done it, make your dwarves a tavern. Make them a zone, set it as a meeting place, and then set it up as a tavern because they need somewhere to socialize. If you don't set up a tavern, then they have nowhere to socialize and they won't make friends with each other, and then they will be very sad. Because unless they get the ability to socialize, which they can't do unless they have a tavern or an inn to hang out in. And then you also get visitors and other fun stuff. Fun stuff usually means you die. You should also make them a temple and set it to any god so that they can, you know, be okay. And pray. But, you know, it's always hard for me to actually, like, immediately tell you what's wrong with your fort just verbally because, like, which is why I was asking you to screenshot stuff on Discord because it's like, oh, well, that could be any number of things. No, it's not that they won't socialize, it's they can't. They can't socialize without a tavern. Now you know, 2-second hero. Now you know. No, like, the first things that I do when I make a new fort is I make an empty zone, sometimes even outside, about this big. And that'll be your tavern. And then a zone, I don't know. Maybe I'd make this one into a tavern and then this one into a temple side by side in my first dugout room. They don't even need any furniture. They will operate just fine without that. No, top oxygen not included is like a uninteresting side-scrolling version of Dwarf Fortress. You got it backwards. Close, but backwards. Wayful Force, hello. How are we? How are we? Started late today, but... We're also going to do some more King Under the Mountain today. I think what I'm going to do with King Under the Mountain is I'm going to start again tonight. And we're going to do a little playthrough. I'm going to actually, like, name a fort, and we're going to actually, like, play that game. Because I kind of want to see what that game looks like in mid-game, and I want to see how big it can scale. Because by the end of yesterday, I've figured out how to play it. And I kind of would like to... I want to see what's kind of possible in that game right now. And it's kind of funny. I've seen some negative reviews from people who... are like, oh, this doesn't work or this is broken. It's like, well, it's not that it doesn't work or it's not broken. It's you didn't read the tooltip of what the thing needs. There was somebody that was complaining about how stuff doesn't grow, and it's like, well, you probably needed to water it. But it's unfortunate. But Shout Forever, hello. What's up? Just wait until you figure out how water pressure works, Xeno. Wait until you break the sound barrier with a flood. And kill something with water pressure. Or accidentally drown your whole fort. 3D interface doesn't work. You can't get it to appear. I don't know what you're saying. Are you talking about in your game or in my game? Because I don't like looking at Dwarf Fortress in 3D. It looks ugly. Also, for those of you in America, happy Turkey Day. For me in Canada, y'all are late. Get rid of the last of that schist. I don't need it. Don't go. No, it was last month. Turkey Day in Canada is in October. You don't know your own holidays? Well, you missed it. Next year. I mean, theoretically, you could play it in VR right now. Actually, doesn't Armok Vision have VR support? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I swear I saw a video of somebody playing like on Reddit of somebody messing around in Armok Vision in VR. I'd swear that I saw that. Let's just let the dwarves work on this now. Also, Stone Sense isn't 3D, it's isometric. 3D would be Armok Vision. Or whatever the fuck that dwarfer thing is. My older sister uses generated worlds in Dwarf Fortress, and names of factions and groups as part of her D&D campaigns. So she generates she generates worlds until she finds an interesting looking map and uses that to and traces it and uses that as the map for her worlds, and then reads a little bit of legends and uses it as some base backstory and then builds from there. So like there's lots of things that you can do with DF. Lots of interesting things that you can do with DF like that. You just need a little bit of creativity. No, it's not. I mean, there's plenty of like various 3D renderers because you can export worlds, right? And you can also export your fort maps, and then render them in 3D if you want. So like actually like a 3D like VR viewer for Dwarf Fortress is not an impossible thing. Playing it in VR probably difficult, but even that's maybe doable. I mean, you can sort of play Dwarf Fortress within Armok Vision, sort of. In Dwarf Fortress teams, you know, shift that like shift bracket. What? You know, it's even better when you're self-employed and an adult who lives alone, who doesn't particularly care about holidays, because like I forget when holidays are happening. Like my mom will be like, "Oh yeah, it's a long weekend," or Easter happened, or it's Valentine's Day, and I'll be like, "All right, yeah, I mean I worked." Oops. Because like, you know, I work for myself, right? Oh, hey, Chocobo, how's things? There's no decorations in the walls. I mean, the Dwarf Fortress is not a game designed to be in 3D. It is not. Which is what, like, for me, the only viewer I like looking at would be Stone Sense, just because it's got a nice look to it. But it's not a game that's meant to be played in 3D. It doesn't work that way. Adventure mode would work in VR somewhat. I mean, you could play it in virtual desktop right now if you really wanted, but like Dwarf Fortress it's not a game to be played in VR. It's just that's not what it's designed for. Well, you know what would be cool actually is if you could have like, because I know that there are VR environments that exist, so you could theoretically like have it like flat on a table in VR, and then a keyboard in front of you, and just play it on your keyboard on the table in VR. That stuff like that could be neat, or like Microsoft HoloLens, that demo that they did ages ago where they had like Minecraft on a table. Does anybody remember that? It was at E3 in I think like 2016. That would be an interesting way to play DF. Would be like in VR on a table. But like there's really no logical reason. I know that we're just like memeing and joking, but like there's really no logical reason for it. There really is no logical reason. But, you know. Like, how do you go past the top edge of the screen? What, like up here? You don't. This is when you're playing in Fortress mode, this is the map that you're on. And when you're on this map, that's the map that you're on. What? That didn't have a notif. Oh, I think I have a suspicion. That's why that didn't work. Try this. Do this. Hey, there you go. Thank you very much for the 20 months. I'll have to throw my internet went out before I started stream today, so it broke some things. Also, that's my first notification of money of the day. Cheers, man. Thanks for the money. Thanks for helping keep this weird stream funded. Yeah, so there is a update planned, Xeno, that's called the map rewrite, which is going to make the playability or the playableness of the map in Fortress mode bigger. If you want the fully open world, like you can walk in and out of a map seamlessly, you have to be playing in adventure mode. And then you can seamlessly walk across the entire world. But Fortress mode doesn't have that functionality yet. But that's one of those features that's kind of a long way off. I started 2 hours late, Vaulted, because my internet went out. It's storming here. It's pouring rain, and there's thunder. Also, I'm going to need to rebuild all of these water wheels. That kind of sucks. They broke when I cut the trees down. That's interesting. So that would probably be why you missed a notification when I went live. But how have you been? How's things? What's up? You're gonna head out? Yeah, cheers. If you need any help with DF-related things, come yell at me. Come yell at me. Need to go eat turkey? Yeah, I know. Are we saying that I went live? I did post it, right? Yes, I did. Internet lives at 10:51. An hour and 51 minutes late. Well, I'm here now, so. Hey, hi, hello. I mean, Twitch is kind of terrible at telling people that streams are live, and Discord's better at it. It's still not ideal. You're watching a YouTube video at the time? Gotcha. I hope it was one of mine. I'm all right. We're getting some more emotes, so that's cool. Sad that there will be less DF news for a bit because of the DF news, but you know, just chilling. Population on the fortress is high enough now that I'm feeling a little bit more confident and able to get back to working on projects a little bit more, which is nice. So instead of just like not playing the game and idling in the tavern for weeks on end, I can actually like play the game again, which is cool. Gearing up for December. In December, I'm going to stream every single day of December up until the 24th. So instead of taking 2 days off a week, we're just going to stream 7 days a week for the first 24 days of December. So that'll be kind of a marathon, but I think it'll be cool. Mood and colors, whatnot. I mean, I imagine it the way it looks. I know what it looks like because I look at it in flat. I guess, are you asking, like, do I know what it looks like through ASCII? Yes. I can see the ASCII and know what ASCII looks like. I don't need to imagine anything. I know what it looks like. I know what the different types of stone look like. I know what the wall pieces look like. I know what the dirt looks like. Advent calendar? No, because I don't care about Advent. And I don't feel like paying money for an Advent calendar. I kind of don't give a shit about Christmas. So neither do you, but you like chocolate. I'm a type 1 diabetic, so chocolate is bad. That is wall pieces, not floor pieces. You know, you hear about Dwarf Fortresses. You know how Great Dwarf Fortress is. You can completely out of the loop. Just a quick look at what's going on the on-screen, and it seems unfathomable. I mean, that's on you, not on me. I mean, the game's not hard to understand at all. You just have to watch it a little bit, right? I mean, if you've played any town builder, it's not that far off. You just kind of need to, if you don't understand what a particular icon is, it makes perfect sense. The depth is on the right side of the, or is on that side of the screen over there. So that little yellow icon in the middle says what layer we're on, and the number at the top means we're minus 22 down. We're going up 17, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And this is ground layer because ground layer is technically over here, which is this top mountain piece. These are trees above ground. We got the outer walls. Like it's not hard at all to wrap your brain around once you understand the basics of the visuals. All of the dwarves are coded by color based on their highest skill. So you can kind of get an idea of who that dwarf is just by glancing at them. But if you select them, you can see their names. It's not that crazy. People just overthink it. But then again, I've also been playing ASCII games my entire life, so I'm kind of used to it. Like literally, like this screen right here, right? This is our safety emergency in case of bad thing hide in bunker. These are jugs filled with wine and food. In case we need to hide. We got enough beds to sleep everybody in this bunker. We've got we've got a little kitchen set up here. We've got some tables, some chests. These are ramps that are going up to the next layer. So think of it kind of like ramps in StarCraft or in RTS where you can walk up an area, but like some of the cliffs are sheer, so you can't walk up them. So if there's a way up to the next layer here, we go over here, and then we can walk down to this layer here, and then there's a sheer cliff here, but which leads to nothing. We can walk back up this, then go over to where this is here, and then these are all statues. These are doors, coffins, smoothed floors, not smoothed floors. These are little pedestals with artifacts on them. But that's behind my screen. There's another ramp going up here, which goes up to this layer, and then the dwarves can walk up the stairs, which are vertical instead of like moving horizontally. The vertical stairs then go all the way up to here. Then they can walk around up top here. The blue is open space, so it's sort of like Silent Hill or like a PS2 game where the view distance isn't that great. The reason there's a weird shape here is because there's something above it. So it's open space, but there's something above it. So there's a roof over top of it. And then we could walk, our dwarf could theoretically walk over to these stairs right here and move up and then into the tavern, where they can walk over here and look out the windows, which are fortifications. So they're like holes carved in the walls. They can look into the lava that we have in this tube here through these gem glass windows, which are semi-opaque. These are musical instruments, which are all stationary. They're all different types of musical instruments made out of different materials, which is why they're different colors. These are bins filled with mugs and goblets. These are thrones next to tables, next to statues, next to more doors. We have bookshelves here filled with books, with more musical instruments and writing materials in those chests. It's like it's not difficult. People just overthink it. They look at it and they immediately think, ASCII, that's scary. But in reality, it's no harder to understand visually than like Civilization, right? Like, think about it this way. If you play Civilization 5 or 6 or 4 or 2, whichever Civilization, and you're dropped into Endgame, and you've never seen Civilization before, it's going to look like a mess of symbols and tiles, and none of it's going to mean anything to you. If you start playing Civilization from the beginning of a playthrough, right, you see Civilization, and you then spend the next 14 hours with your friends, building your civ up, expanding, and you slowly looking at and learning what every tile means, the game makes perfectly logical sense. It's just a matter of sitting down and doing it. Glass spire, actually. The green with the lava in the center is a glass spire. Also, that took me 100 years in game time to build, so I'll have you know that. That's quick. That's like the Great Pyramids right there of this fortress. If the dwarves have a little blue flashing down arrow, it means they're thirsty. If they have a brown flashing down arrow, it means they're hungry. If they have a yellow flashing down arrow, it means that they're distracted. If they have a yellow exclamation point, it means they're tantruming. A red exclamation point means they've gone berserk. A blue exclamation point means they're depressed and they're going to die. The Great Lava Lamp, the Great Lava Bong, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's not... Dwarf Fortress is not complicated. It's obtuse. And it's just a matter of sitting down and looking at it and playing it. And once you play any tile set for a while, or you play the game for a while, all the tile sets just start to look the same. Like, I know that some people disagree with me on this, but for me personally, I can sit down and play with any tile set. I can watch any tile set, and I just know what's going on because it just looks like Dwarf Fortress. Start off in vanilla ASCII on your advice, and it's learnable. See? Cheers. Like, Jackaholic understands. Like it is doable. It's exactly the same as learning a complicated board game. You sit down and you read the fucking manual. You sort of learn a little bit of how to play. You play for a bit, you realize you're doing it wrong, and so you continue reading the manual. And then you play a little bit, you realize you've done something wrong, and then you restart and you continue referencing the manual, except it's with the wiki, right? And if you don't really want to do that, just wait until the Steam version comes out in 6 months to a year, or 2 years, or 5 years, or whenever the fuck it comes out. I don't know, but like just wait until that comes out, and that'll have some basic tutorials in it, at the very least, and instructions on how to get into the game and play it, and that'll hopefully make the learning process for a lot of people a lot easier. It's really not as ridiculous as the memes tell you. In fact, most of you have probably played harder games than Dwarf Fortress. Speaking of harder games than Dwarf Fortress,
Turkey-induced coma incoming.
Seems like Pilot survived Thanksgiving. Hope that you've had a good Thanksgiving, Pilot. What game are we talking about? A Dwarf Fortress. Worst programmer. I like your name, by the way, programmer. That's funny. Vinsati also gifted a sub to Jackaholic. Cheers, Vin. Thanks, man. You were seeing the Steam version, you wanted to check out the original first. The only thing that you'd heard of is how intricate it is. I mean, the game is exceptionally intricate. Everything is connected to everything, and everything works connected to everything, right? Like, the game is exceptionally intricate. It's incredibly clockwork and interestingly designed, and designed in a way that nobody designs games, which is why it's cool. It's special because it is unique, right? There is no cheating going on. Like, everything is thought about, considered, processed, and calculated in the game. And that's what makes it interesting. And the possibilities and interactions that you can have because of the depth of the programming of the game is awesome. But it is very obtuse, right? And it is tricky to learn because of that. But I don't play Dwarf Fortress because it's a well-designed, well-optimized, well-made video game. I play it because it's unique, right? And if you look at it that way, learning Dwarf Fortress becomes a lot easier, right? Like, there's nothing else really like it. Like, there are games that are sort of like it, you know, like there's RimWorld, which takes some ideas and throws out a lot of the interesting ideas, and is a much more watered-down experience, but still kind of interesting in its own right. You know, there's games like Oxygen Not Included, which is also an exceptionally complicated game, mind you. Like, I would actually argue that there are parts of Oxygen Not Included that are more complicated than Dwarf Fortress, or same with games like Kerbal. Like, Kerbal Space Program in many ways is a much harder game, more complicated game than Dwarf Fortress, because it's rocket science. But you know, people don't play Kerbal because it's optimized. People play Kerbal because it's Kerbal, and there is nothing else like Kerbal, right? And Dwarf Fortress is like that. Yeah, no, I mean, like, for me, when I actually sat down and was like, fuck it, I'm going to learn, because I first downloaded Dwarf Fortress in 2009, right? But I didn't properly start learning it until, like, 2017, right? I got good enough at it that I could download the game, generate a world, read Legends for a bit, try and start a fortress, get frustrated, and Alt F4 and, like, uninstall it. And I did that for years, which is why I kind of get why some people are like, this game's intimidating, because it was for me for a really long time. So I understand it, but it's also kind of frustrating when I see people that are just like in that position that I was in, because I understand how easy it is to get over that initial learning curve once you sit down. Because once I sat down and just did it, it was like maybe an hour before I was building a fortress. Like, not even. And then it was maybe like 15 hours before I could more or less play the game. No problems. Without really referencing the wiki every 15 minutes. And of course, like, there will still obviously be those moments where you're like, what the fuck is that? When something moves that you've never seen before, or when something breaks and there will be those moments, but like, the more you play it, the easier that those moments become to overcome. And that's still going to be there in the Steam version, right? Like, that part of it is still going to be there. The what the fuck is that, or how the fuck do I do this thing, is still going to be a problem with the Steam version, regardless of how developed the game is. I don't use Vim because I'm not a programmer, so I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Chat might be able to help you on that. I know it. I've had some people say it's similar in complexity, but I don't know. There's UMKH. UMKH and capital UMKH are, I think, the most notorious of keybinds. Like, you need a numpad for, like, this menu. This is numpad. This is plus minus on the numpad. I don't think, or apparently you can use minus on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Minus goes up, but I don't know of a key to go down on this screen. But yeah, this is numpad, right? Like, it's all over the place. Also, if anybody has a Prime sub, you could hype train that if you wanted. Saying, where am I going here? I need blocks. Blocks. Kimberlite will work. I'm fixing mistakes from days past. There we go. So now we just need to wait for the dwarves to finish building this. We gotta do that last corner down there. Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, if you can like operate a computer. Like, I always, whenever people just say things like, oh, I'm too dumb to learn Dwarf Fortress, which people do say, like, it's like the self-deprecating stuff of like, oh, I'm too stupid to learn this game. If you are capable of typing and capable of reading, you can play Dwarf Fortress, because that's all of the skills that you need to play Dwarf Fortress. You need to be able to type and you need to be able to read. So if you're talking in my chat, you have every single skill right in front of your eyes and at the tip of your fingers to learn this game. Literally every single skill that you need to learn Dwarf Fortress is the same skills that you need to speak in Twitch chat. Capable of talking to me in Twitch chat or commenting on a YouTube video, you could play Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, no, this is like riding a bike. Like, I don't even think about this. Let's just do it. You're overqualified because you also have the ability to listen. Yeah, and the ability to taste, although licking the screen's not going to get you very far, unfortunately. Because it's the only way I can get off. And it's a good... I'm in a weird mood today, okay? You can understand this mentality from someone who wants to not think when playing games. I mean, you want to know what game I play when I'm done streaming? I fucking play Halo Infinite and Forza Horizon. Like, I have a goddamn Xbox controller on my desk for Forza. Like, I too understand the not wanting to think when I play video games. I get that, but sometimes I want to think when I'm playing video games. There's games for every mood, and sometimes it's, yo, let's think. Sometimes it's, yo, let's drive car fast. Whee! How many hours do I have in Dwarf Fortress? Hold up. Let's just look at the last year of my Twitch statistics. In the last 365 days, I've streamed 1,328 hours of Dwarf Fortress, and that's the last hour. So I'd say it's probably closer to upwards of 5,000 hours. Robotech, hello, or Reboot Tech. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I see a Jack LaFury emote. We must be friends, indirectly. That's a good thing. What's up, Field Sleep? Well, that's me on a bad day. But welcome, raiders. What are you guys playing? Cheers. Great. I don't get raids over here very often, so that's like a kind of a neat thing. Doesn't happen very often. And yeah. Hi, my name's Blind. We play too much Dwarf Fortress. It's a bit of a problem. And I play other games that are like Dwarf Fortress or games that you've never heard of that are weird and obtuse. You have an ongoing saga? Ah, okay. I'm helping manage the back end for the Hot Potato Marathon that's happening in the background. This game looks great. It's free. So, yep, that should add to the greatness of it. Dwarf Fortress is a clusterfucky nightmare. But, the best kind. This is Fortress Longdeath. It is a fortress that I'm trying to keep alive for 1,000 years, and I've literally been playing this fortress by itself for over a year. This was a maze that I made because I was bored one week. Yeah, this is the whole fortress from the top to the bottom. If you want a little tour. All the way up to the top, we got the bees. We got the upper tavern and library and guild halls. We got the outer walls, pastures for the animals. The main lair right here. The main storage lair. The coffin and statues lair. The little maze because I was bored. The power layer, which is currently getting renovated. Another area that I dug out because I was bored. Coin storage, and what this is going to soon be made into an obsidian printer. So that's going to be water. And this big open area down here is going to be my obsidian printer, which we're doing controlled cave-ins and slowly emptying out. We got a ways to go on this, though. And down here is my magma forge and the first cavern layer. And then the lava lamp goes down, 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 because that tube in the center of the screen is full of lava and surrounded by glass, which we pumped up from the center of the earth, which we are going down to. This is the second cavern layer. I haven't found the third one yet, which is fine. And then this is where we are pumping the lava from. This is our lava reservoir. You're welcome. Jack helped you build up the confidence to ask a girl out for the first time? Hell yeah! Jack Lafear, wingman on Twitch. Jack's great. I like Jack a lot. Jack put my voice in, or gave me the opportunity to get my voice in Unmetal, which was some of the most fun I've had streaming in a while. That was a good 6 hours. It was a wonderful 6 hours. Why do I do controlled cave-ins? Because it's safer than because I kind of did it. I kind of did that whole setup backwards. Team Xeno. So because I did it backwards, it's more dangerous. It's safer to do controlled cave-ins than to dig it out. Also, it's more fun to do controlled cave-ins. Because, like, what's more fun? Just digging something out and digging a hole? Or, like, digging underneath something and making it go... Obviously the second one, right? So that's what I've been doing, is digging underneath things and making them go... Because I want to be unnecessarily fancy, because we have literally 1,000 years. So even though it's, like, way slower... I mean, if I just dug it out, it would be done already, but, like, this is more fun. Because it's entertaining, basically. You should tell that random guy that wanted to ask Tarn if the game would come out. You know what's hilarious, Shut Forever, is the number of people that for some reason don't realize that the game is available and free. Like, you literally just go to bay12games.com/dwarves and download it. Like, it's a zip file. Yeah, absolutely. Dangerous is fun. Totally. Yeah. There are cave-in physics? Yep. You should disconnect something. Can somebody go into my clips and dig up that clip of me caving in the entirety of a massive layer? Can someone go find that clip where the game just, like, crawls to a absolute nothing crawl? What's even more fun is when you realize that things can burn down. What's even more fun is when you realize that things can burn down, or the first time you see a dragon and it burns a door down and you're like, oh my god! Or when a tree burns down and collapses on a forgotten beast that's made of fire and it crushes it. I've had that happen. Also, Cherno emotes are cool. I like Cherno. Cherno's good people. I don't get to watch his streams very much these days because he just like has a tendency of streaming while I'm streaming and then ending before I end. So I almost never see Cherno these days, and it makes me sad. Your doors are made of stone? You want to know what's amazing? Dragonfire can burn down stone. Dragons have the hottest fire in the game, which is hotter than the sun. They can burn down stone bridges. They can burn down stone doors. They can... Certain artifacts they can make disappear. So... Does Dwarf Fortress have a self-destruct button? I'm pretty sure that's the... Or does this fortress have a self-destruct button? No, it doesn't. Not current. I could build one, but it doesn't currently have one. It doesn't need one, though, because we're not at war with anybody in this fort. I'm intentionally not being at war with people to keep this fortress alive. Can't wait. You want to know what's incredible? My entire time playing Dwarf Fortress, I've seen 3 dragons. 3. Dragons are not exactly common. Dragons are actually extremely uncommon. That's part of why Dwarf Fortress is fun, is because the world literally doesn't give a shit about you. Although if you want to find a dragon, there, away. I actually have suspicions that there's a dragon close to my fort. Suspicions. You can't play as a dragon. You could theoretically tame a dragon and then ride it. But you can't play as a dragon, not without mods. Although you could probably mod in dragons as a playable race. Good luck talking to anybody, though. 'Tis summertime. Missed opportunity? No. In adventure mode, you are an adventurer. So you must slay the dragon. Take its artifacts. Although, if you want to just destroy stuff, download the Goku mod, which makes Goku a playable character in Dwarf Fortress, and then just go be a fucking Saiyan. Artifacts going poof is very much not good. Very much upset Dwarf. I mean, if you want to be an unstoppable adventurer, just be an elephant person, and then just be the Hulk. Because then you just go, Hulk smash, elephant bang, and just kill people. You couldn't find it? Hold on, I'll go. Because it wasn't that long ago. Like 2 weeks ago. You have one job. And you failed. Here, I'll get it. I'll get her. Boop. Dips. Doop 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 doop. There it is. All right. So this is an automatic replay of a previous stream that I did. And then we're gonna make blocks, and then we're gonna do it again, and then we're gonna make more blocks, and then we're gonna. Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. Blocks, and we're gonna do it again, and then we're gonna make. That's the wrong one. I lied. This is it. Section of cavern is. There we go. It begins. This is me caving in this whole layer and 2 layers beneath it. It begins. Hey, Matoro. How you doing, Matt? What's up, dude? How's things? Everybody's saying hi today. This is the game deciding to not work because there's too many physics happening. But this is a whole layer caving in. Well, that's working. There it goes. See, this is why there's a little bit of lag here. So, yes, that you can absolutely cave stuff in. Here's the clip if you want to see it. Yeah, that's the cave-in that I was talking about where I collapsed 9 Z levels all at once. 9 Z levels. How's it been? Surviving, still alive, still streaming, doing the thing, you know, stuff. Playing complicated games, you know how it is. Explaining complicated games to people who don't understand complicated games. Oh, that is an old clip then. The usual, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Times have been good, but also weird. I don't know. Charity fundraiser for RimWorld that I'm helping with the back end on has raised $20,251 for Doctors Without Borders, so that's pretty awesome. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Like, how am I? That's always a hard question because like the knee-jerk reaction is bored and lonely, which is always the response, but it's like, I don't know, that Halo Infinite's pretty fucking good. So right now it's like bored and lonely, but bored and lonely, but Halo's pretty good. It's just kind of how I am right now. But yeah, mostly just the usual. How's Matt been? How's the streams been since you came back? If you guys don't know, Matt streams all factory games. If you like factories, and you like people obsessing over factories, go follow Matt. Matt's good people. And rockets in space. Anything that involves factories, rockets in space. Always, how, never, what? Excuse me? Pardon? Hit 10K for stack up on this year? Hell yeah. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, I don't know. I think my days of going to conventions might be more or less over, Matt. At the very least, like TwitchCon. I've been thinking about it more and more and more and kind of doing some soul searching in the past year. I'll probably still go to PAX West just because it's like across the border and I have a sofa I can sleep on at a friend's house, but generally I don't think you're gonna see me too much anymore. I don't see the value in it, especially like look at the games I play. None of them go to PAX. None of them go to TwitchCon. Dwarf Fortress goes to PAX, but like there's no reason for me to go anywhere else. It's like unless there's like because like my channel is so niche these days, it's like I don't really benefit from networking anymore the way I used to. So how do you replace the walls of an underground place without uncovering the land behind it? You don't. You don't. If you want to, you can smooth them. If they're stone, you can smooth them. Otherwise, you have to cut them out and replace them. He'll be back when you can. Hey, cheers, man. It's all good. Sleep in your truck? Hell yeah. So yeah, if you hit DNS, you can smooth if it's stone, but if you want to replace the type of stone, you have to cut them out. And just to do yourself a favor, don't try don't try cutting out anything with engravings on it. It'll very much upset dwarves. The one convention that I do really want to go to, though, is Roguelike Celebration. So the next time they do a Roguelike Celebration in person, I would like to go to that. But that's like in San Francisco and 300 people go. So my stream team is hosting a farm simulator server for Farm Sim 2022, and it's really funny reading the chat before it. It's just like, we've been collectible hunting and waiting for contracts. We're also done paying back our loan. We just bought a new tractor, guys. We own field 35 and 38. I spent all night building greenhouses and. Now we're producing tomatoes. You just check in with them occasionally and make sure they don't rot. Also, we have 49,000 pounds in the bank. It's funny reading it because it's like, it's like reading a company, like dialogue. Yeah, I mean, if you're even remotely interested in roguelike celebrations, you know, they put all of their talks up on YouTube. Also, the humans are here to trade. You just go to the YouTube channel. There's a fucking incredible pile of just talks and discussions that happen at Roguelike Celebration that are all there. Full of tomatoes. I don't know if God is in one of those tomatoes, but if I find God in one of those tomatoes, I'll let you know. Also, the humans have arrived. I need to get into it. I just haven't. I want to play the tutorials first. So I'm kind of planning on doing that Friday. Once I get back from visiting my grandma. I'm gonna go visit my grandma and after my doctor's appointment, and then I'm gonna play through the tutorials. Because I would like to play some of that. But I've never played a farming simulator before, so. Ah, gotcha. You know, I gotcha. I mean, my internet died today, which is why my stream was late. But I don't know. I mean, I guess for me, I like games with kitchen sink design, and kitchen sink design, it does not lend itself well to modern games very much. Outside of like very specific types of games, there isn't many of those. Yeah, I mean, my stream, like I said, my stream started late. Also, chat, I would like to celebrate something real quick. I have 8,420 subscribers on YouTube, so smoke them if you got them. That's all. Planter cancels give food, no food available. Uh-oh. That's a problem. If you need a sudden food increase, Xeno, just go above ground outside into the forest, assuming you have one nearby. Hit D and then P. Gather plants. Do that. And there will be food in there somewhere. There will also be dye, probably, and also some stuff that you could theoretically make into other things. You failed to do a 420 sub special. Disappoint. Much disappoint. Much disappoint. I'm going to probably do something for 10K. Outside of that, I don't really know what I would do. I'll be honest. I'm just going to sell everything that's already here. I don't really care. The problem with this fort is, like, trading is completely irrelevant because, like, there's nothing that we need. So I just have to keep trading so that the factions don't get annoyed with me. I mostly just trade for stuff and then trade it back to them the next time they come by. I use it as a way of getting rid of stuff. I mean, you shouldn't be vaping water. That's really bad for your lungs. Whatever that's worth. Arthur says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. Also, that's why you don't vape indoors in public, dude. Come on. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. And they gave us some news. Don't see anything, though. Weird. Before it started getting unwieldy? Probably this one. But I know how to stop fortresses from getting unwieldy. So here's the thing with Dwarf Fortress. There's a skill ceiling to Dwarf Fortress. When you hit the skill ceiling to Dwarf Fortress, it means that there is nothing in the game anymore that's difficult, right? Which is the point that I'm at. Everything in Dwarf Fortress is overcomable and has a solution. You just need to know how to prepare for it, and you prepare for it in advance. So the point that I'm at with Dwarf Fortress, forts don't go unwieldy unless I want them to. So if I decide it's time for a fortress to end, I can let things go wrong. But I'm not with this one. Because this one, we're keeping it alive for 1,000 years to prove that I can. But, like, the last other fortress I did, which was my Halloween fortress, which was Dark Cosmos, Reigns of Terror, that fortress was... I intended for it to go nuts. I intended for everybody to kill each other, and every single dwarf in that fortress died. But... it's because I made it go that way, right? I let it go that way. I intentionally killed dwarves. I put dwarves in situations where I would automatically make them into zombies and stuff. And that was a great fucking wall of fun. It was awesome. But, I mean, do what you got to do if you have habits, you know? I mean, as somebody who, I realize smoking is disgusting. Don't do it. But if I didn't have weed in my life, I'd be dead probably. It's like, what are my options? Chronic depression, weed. I'll take weed. Any day. Weed and mushrooms. Any day. Fixes my brain for months at a time. It's brilliant. And I don't have to take antidepressants because of it. Even though I still have rough patches, it's definitely optimal to the alternatives. So with Dwarf Fortress, if you're good at it, Kriegath, it doesn't get unwieldy. Like, I know a lot of people who watch this stream also watch Krug Smash, right? Krug Smash is like me. He's played the game long enough that things don't go wrong unless he wants them to, and he's very, 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 very good. No, there is no such thing as a stupid question with Dwarf Fortress because Dwarf Fortress is so weird and intertwined. It's actually kind of hard for me to watch some of his videos, even though I really, really like the art in his videos. And if you don't watch Krug Smash, that's the username. Look it up on YouTube. His art is incredible. His storytelling is great, but I understand exactly how he does everything, and I see past the curtain, and I can tell how he's manipulating the game. He puts out 30-minute TV shows basically with illustrated art describing the different events. Just go to whatever his most recent series is, start on episode 1 and start watching, because he draws it all in crayons and like edits it in, and it's beautiful. His and the way he does his storytelling is great, and it is definitely a way that you can tell stories with the Dwarf Fortress. But I look at it and I see where he's exaggerating, I see where he's bending the truth, and I see where he's adding in stories that a normal player wouldn't see, because I've played the game long enough to understand what he's doing, and it kind of ruins the magic a little bit for me. But at the same time, like that's an example of endgame Dwarf Fortress. Endgame Dwarf Fortress isn't I min-max everything and survive. Endgame Dwarf Fortress is I can tell the story I want to tell with this fortress, because when you die in Dwarf Fortress, when a fortress dies, the world doesn't end, right? Like in RimWorld, when you die, the world ends, basically. Like, yeah, you could wait until more people show up in your base and keep going, but you start over and you generate a new world. In Dwarf Fortress, when you die, the world doesn't end. The world keeps going. You could reclaim that fortress with a different group of dwarves 10 years later and play that same fort again. You could make an adventurer somewhere else in the world and then venture into your fortress, steal an artifact from the fortress that died, and take it to a new fortress, and then build a new fortress, and then take that adventurer into the new fortress and drop the artifact off. Right? Like, the story doesn't end with the fortress. It keeps going. And you can do what you want post your fortress. I don't know what you just said, Costlord. What? So, Dwarf Fortress isn't about, like, you know, min-maxing the optimal route. It's about contorting the game into doing what you want it to do. I mean, you can play it as a min-maxing RTS game. You absolutely can. But in my opinion, you'll get the most fun out of it once you get past that. Like, whenever I see, like, I've been streaming this game for a long time, right? So I'll see streamers stumble into Dwarf Fortress, learn Dwarf Fortress, and they usually go one of two ways. Way number one is they start playing and they try and play it like an RTS. By RTS, I mean they look up build orders, they look up metas, they look at what's OP, and they try and build an optimized fortress. Those people never last very long because they become very frustrated with the game, because that's not the way the game is designed to be played. You can play it that way, and you can get entertainment out of it that way, but you're always going to be kind of frustrated with the way the game is because of that. But if you play it as a story generator and just kind of let the game do its thing, it's an incredibly powerful story creation engine and simulation. One of my favorite quotes from Tynan Sylvester, the developer of RimWorld, is that he failed in his design, because when he built RimWorld, he wanted to build a story generator like Dwarf Fortress, and he wanted people to play it like Dwarf Fortress. But what he ended up making, he accidentally made a min-maxing tower defense game, which is great and awesome for him because it sold super well and people love it. But every time I hear him talk about his game publicly, there's always that aspect of he's slightly sad that he didn't succeed in creating a story generation game. Instead, he built a min-maxing management game. Phineas, yeah, no, that's all good. Happy Murica Turkey Day to you. And, I mean, I'm having a pretty good Thursday, I think, aside from the part where my internet went out. But, you know, aside from that, we're good. Thank you. But, like, the interesting thing about the RPG aspects of Dwarf Fortress, Krigath, is that it's a true RPG, right? It's not like a Mass Effect, where it's, like, kind of a story-based thing. It's a true RPG. Like, if you roll up an adventurer, you can be whatever you want. You could be a wandering poet and just go around to little taverns and write poetry and get better at poetry and get booed off the stage, right? You can teach other people your poetry, and if your poetry gets good enough as that adventurer, you could then go build a fortress and read your poetry and see dwarves singing your poetry if you made your poems famous enough. Right? Like, literally, that's a thing that you could do in adventure mode, and then build a fortress and see your dwarves saying your poems in fortress mode. Like, that's the sort of stuff you could do. The problem with adventure mode is it's like, in its current implementation, in the current version, it's very difficult to stream because of the way dialogue works. It's fine. It's fun to play, and I enjoy playing it off stream, but I don't particularly enjoy streaming it currently. But I'm hoping, I have very high hopes for the Steam version that it'll organize the UI in a better way so that it'll be easier for me to explain why adventure mode is cool. Because adventure mode is really cool. The problem is explaining to people. Like, it's very easy for me to explain why fortress mode is cool to an audience, but it's very difficult for me to explain why adventure mode is cool. And the insane thing that you can do is if you leave your books in a library, it has a chance to affect the ethics of a civilization. Yeah, that too. Like, it is bonkers, the stuff that you can do. Like, it is not, it's like if you take a book with the secrets of life and death, which is a Necronomicon, and you leave it in the king's throne room of a faction, and then leave for 50 years, and then come back, odds are pretty good that faction will be run by a necromancer, and will go weirdly dark and evil, and necromancer towers will start to pop up everywhere. Like, Dwarf Fortress is the only game where if somebody told me that they've gained sentience, I would be inclined to believe them. I would be inclined to believe them. So, I don't know. I mean, at what point, when you look at this, like, this dwarf, I can tell you a little bit about this dwarf, and all of this affects this dwarf's moods and the way it behaves and the way it interacts with the other dwarves. She would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony without the least bit. And she. Hold on, let me start reading again. She would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony. She never feels discouraged. Often finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and easily develops hatred towards things. Is often inflamed by hatred. Easily develops hate, and has an incredibly calm demeanor. My eyes are not working properly. Apologies. She is grounded in reality, and she is confident under pressure. She often forms strong emotional bonds with others, sometimes to her detriment. Lives a ordinary life, organized and neat, so she doesn't leave her clothing everywhere. Puts her stuff away. She often gets caught up in internal deliberations. Takes a while to decide what job to do next, basically. Rarely feels strong cravings or urges. Doesn't mind too much if she doesn't get things that she prefers. She prefers to present herself modestly. Doesn't care if she has fancy clothing. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has a greedy streak. One thing that I think is kind of hilarious is there's a lot of people right now with the existence of the Steam version that have never played the game that see the uniforms screen for the military, because there's uniforms for the military. You can set specific armor types that your military use. But what's hilarious about that is people are asking for uniforms for civilians. That wouldn't work, because certain dwarves would get super pissed. Literally, like, it wouldn't work in the game's simulation because some dwarves don't like wearing a lot of jewelry. Some dwarves love wearing a lot of jewelry. So you'll have dwarves that you'll have a dwarf that's totally happy just wearing like a loincloth and some shaggy rags, and they'll never care. And then you'll have another dwarf who, if they don't have 37 crowns and 15 rings on each hand and 27 necklaces, they're going to throw a temper tantrum because they're greedy and they want that. So they go and they collect it and they get it and they put it away and they store it in their little room. Like, you can have a little dwarven kleptomaniac. And so if you had uniforms for all the dwarves and all of you guys have to wear the same thing, half of them will be pissed because they'll either want less clothing or more clothing. Dwarf Fortress is incredible. It means that they are between jobs. The idlers button is irrelevant. Don't worry about idler count. Idler count is not an issue. Although if you make a tavern, then a lot of them will go socialize, and socialize will lower your idlers number. But idling doesn't necessarily mean they're doing nothing. It usually means that they're just going from one place to another. That's totally fine. I mean, maybe you need to assign your jobs a little better. Do you have a tavern, Team Xeno? Hit I, make a zone, hit M, hit L, and then A to add a new, and then hit I to make an in tavern, press enter. Do that. That'll remove most of your idlers. Because then they'll go socialize, they'll dance, they'll sing, they'll tell each other poetry. Also make them a temple with the same thing. So just put it in a room and put some tables and chairs in it. Doesn't really matter for the tavern, and then the temple can just be empty. Temple doesn't need anything. But make them a tavern and make them a temple. When they're idling and they have no jobs to do, they'll either socialize, they'll dance, they'll sing, they'll tell poetry, or they'll pray in the temple. Just when you make the temple, assign it to no specific deity, because the individual deities thing is a little busted right now and doesn't work properly and was supposed to be fixed, but then he went and worked on the Steam version instead of fixing it. So here we are. I mean, it's like, hold on, let's find a random dwarf and see what they're wearing. Like, this dwarf is carrying an iron flask. They have a named iron spear strapped to their back, which has been used by Peter II, Vim, ML, and Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap, which is still the greatest name on the internet. It also has a steel buckler, which is named, which they are the only person to have used, so they probably named it. They're wearing a cave spider silk dress. They have a vest. They have a backpack, a pigtail thread sewn into a stitched wound, an iron helm on their head, because this is a military dwarf. They're in the military. More stitches, pigtail cloak, pigtail trousers, chain leggings, 2 socks, 2 gloves, 2 shoes. 1 glove, 2 shoes, and 2 mittens and a pigtail hood. All different materials. This dwarf doesn't have any jewelry, but like, if I look around, maybe there will be a dwarf with a bunch of jewelry. They're also covered in water because they're getting rained on. You see, this one has a ring as well, which they picked up, which is an exceptional ring. We don't know who made it, but somebody made it. But like, sometimes you'll find dwarves that it's like, this one's carrying a scepter. This merchant, he's carrying a scepter. He's also wearing a crown. He's got a copper pick. He's got multiple rings. He's got 2 silk socks and 2 silk shoes. He's got an earring on his left ear. Or her left ear, I don't know. His left ear. He's got a cloak, which is fancy. Sometimes you'll see them wearing capes. He's got a hemp cap on. This one's a little bit more fancy. Well, I mean, what would you put in a tavern in real life, right? If you put a chest or a coffer in a tavern, or a bag, they can store goblets in there, or mugs, which they like to put alcohol in. You could put a little stockpile for alcohol, or food. Just put a food stockpile in there. You could. I should also explain to you how to set up a seed stockpile. Although you could probably look that up on the wiki. You could put tables and thrones, so that they have somewhere to sit and eat. They'll complain if you don't give them a place to sit and eat, but they will just stand and eat. But they'd much prefer to sit at a table. So you could put tables in there, and if it's big enough, then it'll have space for a dance floor. So definitely leave some space for a dance floor. Your tavern has a caged boa constrictor. You should You should tame that boa and put it on a chain. So they could pet it. Oh, also, fun fact. In adventure mode in the most recent update, they added the ability to pet things, which means you can pet any creature. Literally any creature can be pet in adventure mode. Find a zombie dog, you can pet it. Find a giant spider, you can pet it. Find a dragon, you can pet it. Find a crabman, you can pet it. Exactly. Peter understands. Like, let's see if I can find any dwarves in the tavern right now. Well, there's 2 in the tavern socializing, most likely. Yeah, these are the dwarves in my tavern right now. So this one is socializing. And they're probably socializing with these merchants and traders from the human faction. Of petting a dragon? With or without getting torched? I don't know. I've never done it. I just know that it's possible. Also, hey, Peter. I hope you've been well. Most of the time, yeah. It does until it doesn't. Can you tame a dragon? Only if you watch How to Train Your Dragon. Yes, you can. I've had tame dragons in my forts before. I got into a fight with one of my dogs and ate one of my dogs. Or rather, torched one of my dogs, and then another one of my dwarves went insane because it was his pet dog. I was not very happy about that. Also, I'm curious. How many of you are new here? Like, how many of you found my channel in the last, like, week? Because I've been seeing a lot of new names here. And if you're new here, how did you find this channel? Found me an hour ago? Well, hi! Because, like, fun fact, I just celebrated 9 years of streams, so... I've been doing this a while. How long have you been here? I don't know. 2 weeks? Ish? 9th of November. Yeah, about that. Is when you followed me, you know. It's popped up in your recommend list. I am so sorry. After I raided someone? I mean, I see you all over my team, so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm always fascinated by how people find my stream. Because, like, I don't know. I'm new here? I mean, if you're new, I'm new. But, Roland. If you're new, I'm new. I only just got here if you only just got here. With some quality behind it. Yeah, I mean, I wish more people streamed this game. It is, I think, much more streamable than people give it credit for. But, you know, unfortunately, it's got that difficult barrier to entry of ASCII, right? That scares people. I getcha. Click that a few times and bam. Neat. Right here just chilling. I try. The algorithm knows that you have terrible taste. Well, I'm glad that you found my terrible channel. Now, when you say recommended channels, do you mean YouTube channels or Twitch channels? Because that would mean that the Twitch algorithm is actually working, which is fucking weird. Because, like, it's literally never worked before. Like, that's absolutely bonkers. Also, if I seem if I seem a little bit distracted, it's because I am helping manage a charity stream in the background, so I'm responding to people occasionally with questions. Gotta do roll call in an hour. I mean, I watch the best betting channel, Salty Bet. Why do you have 5 minors? Why is that a problem? But welcome to the channel, often abbreviated. Cheers. That is too many mouths to feed? Just wait until you get a migrant wave. Just wait until you have a migrant wave and you have 10 dwarves, and then suddenly you have 45 dwarves, and you're like, oh my god! That's not how the Necronomicon works in this game. Necronomicon lets you resurrect dead corpses, but you don't just be like, you, resurrect corpse. The dwarf has to decide to resurrect a corpse if they're a necromancer. So they have to be in the same room with a corpse, and something needs to threaten the necromancer, because they only use it in situations of great need or great stress. So like they'll just be chilling, and then suddenly they'll see a giant spider, and they'll be like, ah, giant spider! And then they res, like, the, I don't know, dead dog corpse in front of them. Spoilers! Have you ever seen Lord of the Rings? Or read Lord of the Rings? Chat. Just show of hands. Have you read Lord of the Rings? Have you seen Lord of the Rings? Because I have a question. What happened to the dwarves of Moria? You can do that. If you get too greedy and you dig too deep, you eventually will have to say, "You shall not pass" in Dwarf Fortress, unironically. That's how once you've played Dwarf Fortress enough to unironically scream, "You shall not pass." That happens. It's part of Dwarf Fort, so it's not as there's a large portion of the community in Dwarf Fortress that are very touchy about the spoilers of that. I'm not even remotely touchy about it, and the reason I'm not even remotely touchy about it is because, like, everybody's seen Lord of the Rings or read Lord of the Rings, so everybody already knows the spoiler. Like, if you've read Lord of the Rings or seen Lord of the Rings, you're already spoiled. If you dig deep enough in certain areas of the game, through adamantine spires, deep underground, you will find hell, and it is full of procedurally generated demons. Which could be giant butterflies composed of fire that shoot webs. It could be slugs made of salt that spray out stinky goo that makes your skin rot. How much decision the dwarves have over what they do? I mean, you have no control over what the dwarves do. The dwarves just do, like, the dwarves will obey their assigned professions. So think about it this way. You don't tell the dwarves what to do. You're kind of like management. The player is like upper management. So you say, dwarfs, do the thing. And then when they're ready, they grab a pick and go do the thing. But you have to, you're essentially like issuing orders to a command structure, and then they go do that. Yeah, and then the dwarves have to do paperwork, and then they do the jobs. What you should put in the temple? You don't need to put anything in the temple. If you want to be fancy, you could make an altar. So if you have a manager set up, you could just altar. You could put an altar in there if you want. You could put statues in there. You could put some tables. You could put some chairs. You could put a bin. You could put some musical instruments. You could put some armor racks. I don't know. Put whatever in it. It doesn't really matter. It's a temple. It's just a space for them to go pray. That's all it really is. You don't have to actually put anything in it. You don't remember the procedural demons in Lord of the Rings? Well, you see, world generation happened before the movie started, right? Cooler? If you read Silmarillion, then you will have seen world generation in Lord of the Rings. They will make artifacts, but that's about it. Kalias. They won't just make things on their own, though. You have a good Thanksgiving or just dinner, whatever you're doing, audio. Artifact. They will make artifacts. Go have good Thanksgiving. Go give the thanks and have the giving. I still have little comprehension over what happens in it. I mean, big evil ring. Give big evil ring to short dude. Short dude take ring. Go on fancy fun adventure. Throw it in volcano. End of story. TLDR. There are artichokes in Dwarf Fortress. So. Checkmate streamer. You know, there's a lot of ways they could have done it and sped it up a lot. Like, that's my favorite plot hole at Lord of the Rings, is how in the end just the eagles fucking fly in and take them away. It's like, man, if we just played Hotel California, this would have ended way faster. This could have been done way more efficiently. Just like, you know, flying eagle way over top. Just drop the ring. Splat. Done. Problem solved. Fly, you fools. It's a really good line, though. I saw a fantasy-themed death metal band once called Fly, You Fools. I wonder if they ever actually put out their music. They're a local band that I don't think ever actually recorded any of their music, but the singer was dressed as Gandalf, so it was fun. Good band to see on Halloween. When they get corrupted by the ring and not drop it, I don't know. Just put the Hobbit on the back of the sentient eagle to hold the ring and just fly over there. It's gotta take, what, 20 minutes? Quick flight. Is there no explanation why they couldn't do that? I actually have no idea, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm not that much of a Lord of the Rings head. I read The Hobbit when I was younger, and my older sister read The Lord of the Rings out loud to me when I was younger. And my mom read the Silmarillion to me and my older sister on a road trip when I was younger, so I've seen the movies. I just wanted to make a joke about, like, Hotel California. Like, that's literally, like, the beginning and end of, like, that whole sentence. I just wanted to make a joke, so. Like, you have to realize, like, some of the stuff that I say on this stream isn't exactly serious. I mean, that seems way too complicated. Yeah, that too. Why didn't they just, like, encase it in something? Like, why didn't they just, like, put it in a bucket and then just fill that bucket up with, like, lead? Or maybe not lead, but, like, iron, like you said. And then just carry it. And, like, no one could put it on then. That made things a lot simpler. Like, all you have to do is stop people from wearing it. Okay, so, like, of course, like, the first thing that Gimli does is he grabs his fucking axe and tries to cut it. It's like, well, yeah, you're not going to get very far doing that, but what's stopping you from just, like, encasing it in something? What? Like, come on. I'm sure there's some reasoning behind it, but I'm just using too much logic here, 2-second hero. Sir, that would be cheating. Exactly. Sir, that would be a much less interesting story, actually, I think is the reality. Yeah, no, they did need to destroy the ring, but why don't they encase it in something to stop them from wearing it, is what I'm saying. So, like, putting on the ring gives Sauron an eye to you, and tells Sauron where the ring is, so that he can send his little ghoulie minions after you, all right? So take the ring and encase it in something so that they can't put it on. And then instead of carrying a ring around your neck, you carry a little box around your neck with the ring, like, welded into it. Isn't that logical? Like, you have blacksmiths, just, like, bend a metal around it. Then you can't put the ring on. You know? Just because, like, putting on the ring gives you a localized cloaking device. What are Masterworks? Masterwork is the highest quality of a thing that a dwarf can make. But, I know pilot, but plot. Anime has plot, too. Doesn't make it good. Anyway, I don't know why I said that. Masterwork is the highest quality of a thing. So it means you have a dwarf who's very good at whatever they're doing. Yeah, exactly. Just like fucking weld it into a ball of mithril. There you go. There you go. Other metals sour. Oh, actually, that would be hilarious if like Mount Doom is not hot enough to melt mithril. You're just checking out DF stuff, Bez, correct? Well, nice, Xeno. What are we doing currently? Currently, I'm staring at a tavern. I'm kind of giving the dwarves a bit of a break. This whole fortress is maybe not that representative of what most fortresses look like, because this fortress is really old. This fortress is 340 years old, which probably means it's one of the oldest fortresses ever made. I know of one fort that made it to 500 years, and I know of one fort that's allegedly 600 years, but there's no screenshots of it. Well, there's one screenshot of it. So this is a very old fortress, so most of this fortress is upkeeping and big long-term projects. So I'm building a giant obsidian printer, which I'm going to use the lava in the center of the screen to pour into this big open chasm that I'm building. But I'm slowly digging this area out down here. As far as what I'm doing at this exact moment, not much. We're just doing some maintenance projects and fixing some things, and that's a depressed dwarf. Jimmy Tibby, you're upset. Why are you upset? Probably because we've been doing too much work. Annoyed been caught in the rain, dejected after being unable to acquire anything. You want to be around Flamly. You want to practice martial art? Well, we can do that. You can join the Eternal Guard. We'll let you practice martial art in a little bit. But yeah, that's all that we're currently doing. If you have questions about Dwarf Fortress, or if you're interested in getting into Dwarf Fortress, just let me know and I can help. Like, the game is free. The best way to understand Dwarf Fortress is to play it for an hour. Like, Xeno, I have a question. Because you started learning Dwarf Fortress, like, yesterday, right? Is understanding this game easier now that you've been playing it since yesterday? Like, is watching it easier now that you've been playing it for a bit? Dat Bastard, thank you very much for the $10. Cheers. Big fucking thanks, dude. Good to see you. I hope you've been well. 200 times better? Exactly. And, like, it's a wiki game. So if you're capable of reading a wiki, you can learn Dwarf Fortress. But chat, can I get a big round of beers? $10. Congratulations. I think you just, like, quadrupled my daily revenue. Actually, doubled my daily revenue. Back to making minimum wage today. Yay. And if you're confused on how to do beers, you can type in Crypt Beer. You can type in, which is my emote, or you could type in the beers emoji, the word beer in many different languages. Try languages and see if they work. We even have Japanese. Also, I think we have a fun combat log to look at. Yeah, we do. A barn owl. A barn owl jumps away from a spinning iron sword. Oh, it tripped on one of my sword traps. Spinning iron short sword, miss. The short sword strikes the barn owl in the left wing, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The spinning iron short sword misses the barn owl. The iron short sword strikes the barn owl in the upper body, tearing apart the muscle and shattering the middle spine's bone. A tendon in the middle spine has been torn. The barn owl is propelled away from the force of the blow. The barn owl's right leg skids along the ground, bruising the muscle. Left upper leg skids along the ground. Left upper leg skids along the ground, and it is smashed into the body into an unrecognizable mass, and an artery has been opened by attack, and the owl slams into an obstacle. I think that owl is dead. What am I going to do with the obsidian printer? I'm going to make a lot of obsidian, and then I'm going to rebuild the majority of the upper levels of the fortress on the outside here, this outer wall. All of these roadways that I've constructed and these suspended walkways, I'm going to rebuild all of them in obsidian. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to rebuild the fortress in obsidian, basically. Because I'm keeping this fortress alive for 1,000 years. We need projects that are going to take 1,000 years. Wait until you read a very, very, very detailed description of a child falling off of an infant baby falling off of a wall and going splat. That happened in this fortress. And it literally was like left foot collides with ground and is smashed into the body in an unrecognizable mass. Right arm collides with the ground and the part explodes into gore. The head collides with the ground. bruising the skull and shattering the brain, and the skull collides with the rock, exploding into gore. Like literally, like child goes splat and flies into pieces. Like you can read that detailed description. Let the bodies hit the flow. It's the 2007 YouTube national anthem, right up there with 009 Sound System's Dreamscape. Two people know what I'm talking about. People who are old on the internet know what I'm talking about. Hi, Fog. How are you, by the way? How's things? How do you see inventory? V. And then I. V lets you look at dwarves. So you can look at their skills. You can filter their skills with C, B, and M. Like this dwarf is a dabbling swimmer, adept persuader, expert negotiator, adept judge of intent, and a novice liar, but he's rusty at it. My mayor is rusty at lying. That's a lie. Now that's the actual lie here. He's an expert conversationalist, an adept comedian, and an expert flatterer. Well, that's why you get elected. Let's see. You're also a dabbling mason, a competent weaponsmith, and a novice organizer. And as far as combat skills, he's got none. He's a dabbling record keeper and do you know any songs? He's rusty. He's a rusty percussionist, an adequate gallon player, which is a giant drum. All of the instruments are procedurally generated, so they always have different names from world to world. Knows some poetry. He's pretty skilled at the mirth of tresses, I think is what that's called. The satin of rhyming, he's adept at. He's competent at the fuchsia velvet, which is a very complicated human dance. Popping in while I was playing some Forza. Did you get a chance to try any of that Halo? Oh, how many barrels do you have? So if you hit Z, you should see this screen. However, you won't see your inventory. You have to hit N, and you have to assign a... Uh-oh, we have a mandate that we need to hold up. Cabinet. If you hit N, you'll go to this screen, and then from there you have to make a bookkeeper. Okay, a bookkeeper. You press enter, and then you assign it to a dwarf. Ghost does mine, and then you hit S, and then it's gonna default to this, but you're gonna want to move it up to this, and then you're going to assign them to a throne. You're gonna give them a throne by hitting Q and selecting a throne, hitting R to make it into a room or study, pressing enter, and then hitting A, and then assigning it to your bookkeeper. Then they're going to run to the throne and they're going to do paperwork. And then they're going to count everything that's in your inventory, which will take X amount of time. And then you'll see your inventory. And then you can hit Z, and then you can go to the stock screen, press enter, and see everything in your inventory. Although generally it doesn't really matter how many barrels you have, as long as you have enough barrels. Are good so far? Hell yeah. I've been having so much fun with Big Team Battle, it's not even funny. Wake me up inside. You know what's hilarious? Is a couple of months ago, I went into my local grocery store, Orange, and in the 10 minutes that I was in there, I heard, never gonna give you up and wake me up inside. And I didn't ask anybody, but I was sitting there going like, why the fuck are they playing like 2008 meme songs? What's going on? But I left before another song came on, so I don't know if that was just a weird coincidence or intended. Big Team Battle is best mode? Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I carried a Big Team Battle the other day, and I felt real good about it. 28 kills, 10 deaths, and 10 assists, and all of the awards. Captured a flag, and I was literally just driving warthogs around and like ferrying people to and from the flag to my flag. So I'd grab a warthog, honk my horn until someone would jump in the gun, honk my horn until some fucker would jump into the passenger seat, drive to their flag, make them jump out and grab the flag, jump back in, and then drive to my base. It was so much fun. I love just being delivery boy in that game. Next one was probably Wonderwall. I don't know. If it wasn't Tanuk Tanuk Tun, then I would have rioted, frankly. That's something I've never actually heard in a grocery store. I've always wanted to. I've always wanted to go into a grocery store and just hear Tanuk Tanuk Tun. Or Brain Power. Orange, I've said this before. If I get 1,000 $10 a month on Patreon, I would do a dramatic, or it's either 1,000 subscribers or $1,000 a month on Patreon. I would do a dramatic reading of, well, I was gonna do "Rollin" by, or one of the songs from Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water. But I could also do "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." Like, if you want me to do dramatic readings, like that's something I would do as a donation incentive. Maybe I'll make that a long-term Christmas incentive or something. But I don't know. Patreon is how I pay the primary bills here. I did actually. There was a day when you guys were going absolutely apeshit, and I was just like, well, if we do this, then I'll do. And we didn't. Speaking of Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water, did you guys know that Limp Bizkit just put out a new album? It's called Still Sucks, and it's actually pretty fucking good. This is why my music taste shouldn't be trusted. I've got great taste in music until I don't. I've got great taste in music until I turn around and be like, by the way, have you listened to Limp Bizkit recently? Everybody has terrible taste, whether or not you embrace it. The humans have brought us our tributes. But I do unironically love Chocolate Starfish and Hot Dog Flavored Water. That is a brilliantly terrible album. Although Still Sucks has one line on one of the songs where he disses Twitch. Which is kind of hilarious because he quit streaming Twitch due to his chat being too toxic. Which is kind of sad, but also kind of amazing. It's like fucking Fred Durst quit streaming on Twitch because his chat was too toxic. It's like, huh? What? That's a good question. I would need to look that up on the wiki because I never do it. Xeno. And I just hadn't looked at the chat yet, but I would have seen it. Just go to the wiki and look up hotkeys. I used to watch Fred Durst on Twitch, and yes, his chat really was toxic. But yeah. Also during December, I'm going to be doing a holiday themed fort. We're going to make a big fortress in the far north, try and get elves in my fortress and pretend that we're Santa, and it'll be fun. Let's see. I can train this squad a little bit. That's what I'm worried about. That's what I'm worried about. I'm gonna give you a new. Well, first off, actually, what squad are you the commander of? I'm gonna remove you from that squad. Give you a new job. You're gonna be a tavern performer. It's raining blood and you're scared? Well, no, it's not. So this is a situation that everybody needs to overcome in Dwarf Fortress once. If you hit the K key and you examine those are not blood. You know what happens in the fall? Because it's probably autumn in your fort, right? You know what happens in the fall? Leaves, they turn red and they fall. Those are leaves that have turned red and they're falling. It is not raining blood. It's just fall. You're okay. Do not panic. But if you settled in a spooky horror biome, it could actually be raining blood, vomit, mucus, pus, all of that good stuff. You gotta bounce. Don't bounce too high. You might hit your head. We'll see when we see him, Matt. Cheers. I gotta swing by one of your streams at some point. It's been a while. It's not the apocalypse. It's only autumn. You are fine. I mean, what time of year is it here? I mean, it's early autumn. The leaves might actually be falling in this map. Let's wait until the leaves fall. So these are the trees, right? And hold up. That is a dead cougar. And that... Why is there a bunch of dead emus in the trees? And a wild boar? What is going on up here, guys? Why is there... Anyway. Chat, how do you get an elephant out of a tree? Tell it to stand on a leaf and wait until fall. Also, another fun fact about Dwarf Fortress is you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. But if they stand up, you're going to have problems. Thanks to Second Hero. Oh, see? The leaves are changing color. Look at that. See that? They're changing color. These are pecan trees and plum trees. Each tile is 10 meters by 10 meters. I think they're actually about 2 by 2. And 5 deep. Evening, mind. How are we? How's the kid? I hope you've been sleeping. or I hope the kid's been letting you sleep. We're waiting for the leaves to fall. It's like watching paint dry. Would go faster too if I didn't have the game paused. Because I'm proving that it's not, in fact, raining blood. Oh, hell yeah. Marillac. During a food coma? That seems dangerous. Slept 12 hours? Wow. I'm envious. I wish I could do that. Almost got concerned. Someone must have had a long day. Someone must be growing. Growing's exhausting, though. You know, we've all been there. We've all done that. Growing is so tiresome. So now all the leaves are yellow. Uh-oh, the mayor has a demand. You want a green glass cabinet in your bedroom? And we need to figure out where your bedroom is. Royalty and people in elected positions can make demands. And if you don't listen to their demands, they get mad at you. Fortunately, I have everything already set up in order to make that stuff, so it's not too detrimental or annoying. It's pretty simple. But now the leaves have turned gold. Some of them are red. But any time now they should start. Oh, I saw bugs, but I haven't seen any falling yet. If it was raining men, no. That would get very gory in a combat log. Yeah, there'd be hold on. Are they clothed or armored, or are they naked men? If it's raining men. Is in a foul mood? Uh-oh. Yes, that is something you should worry about. But you could watch them and you'll see some fun ensue. It also means that you might need a prison. You might need to make a jail. It means that you have a dwarf that's so depressed they're going to murder another dwarf and make their corpse into something. I am lewd? I mean, I'm into all sorts of weird kinky shit. I just don't talk about it on my stream. Generally. Yeah, right? No, I was asking if they're, like, if it's raining men in Dwarf Fortress, are they naked? Because if they're naked, it would just be splattered gore everywhere. It's not loot, it's literally they would go splat. If they were wearing armor, there's a chance they might survive. If they're not wearing armor and they're naked, literally they would just go It's not loot, it's literally like how many limbs are going to be scattered around. Also, I've got a dwarf that's chained. Did I miss something? Must have. You like being chained up. It's fine. This dwarf got put in prison. Also, don't mind the immortal berserk vampire that lives in this room. He's been there for about 300 years now. How do you make a jail? Now that's a journey. You need ropes or cages. So place ropes or chains. And then once you've placed a rope or chain, you can press Q. Yes, Q to select the rope or chain, and then you make it into a room, just like you'd make anything else into a room, like a bed. And then press J to assign it as a prison. Then hit N, assign a captain of the guard, or a sheriff, depending on how many dwarves you have, and then assign the captain of the guard to an office. And then they will report crimes to him, and he will chain up the dwarves that commit crimes and beat the shit out of the other dwarves that can't be chained up. I mean, who doesn't? Orange. Seems like a fun Friday. Hey, Bumblebed. Also, Bumblebed, your dwarf is still alive. You are 12 years old. You are disgusted when dwelling upon being nauseated by the sun, and you like playing make-believe. And you dream of raising a family. You are 12 years old, which means at some point this year, you will become an adult. And then we can make you do forced labor while I still wait for the leaves to fall. Jail's bigger than 3x3. I mean, the more nice things you can cram into a jail, the more likely they will come out of prison happier than they were when they went to prison. And you want dwarves to come out of prison happier than when they went to prison. Yeah, you're so close to joining the workforce. And then you can do child labor. I mean, adult labor. Because 12 years old is an adult in Dwarf Fortress. The big capitalist machine, yes. Yes. Although dwarves are very much socialist because they have no currency. I mean, they do, but they don't need it. Dwarves work for room and board and happiness. It's kind of funny because, like, all of the articles about the politics of Dwarf Fortress, where it's like the dwarves in Dwarf Fortress are anarcho-communists. Also, another dumb thing that nobody knows about Dwarf Fortress is you see this little zero up here? That's a moon. To anybody here who knows things about fantasy and fantasy books, what happens on the full moon? You can figure it out just by thinking about tropes. The moon is full. Right now. Were-pandas, werewolves, were-cougars, were-chickens. No, were-chickens aren't possible. Were-camels, were-mammoths, were-beasts appear. So if there is a were-creature in your fort, now see the moon is now no longer full. So if there was a were-creature in this fort, which there isn't, it would no longer be a were-creature now because the moon is no longer full. Also, once that foul mood is finished, you should take a look at the artifact, and I can explain to you how, Xeno. An elephant man, where elephant? Yeah. You don't want that. The outpost liaison from the Dwarfs have arrived. So the Dwarfs are here to trade. Look at them bastards. Also, the leaves fell here. But they've started falling a little bit. I know they're going to fall eventually. Strange mood is yay, foul mood is ugh. Or rather, foul mood not so much. Fell mood is bad. Foul mood is like creepy artifact. Fell mood is I'm gonna murder you and make you into an artifact. I have no familiarity with Ruby whatsoever. No, they're like werewolves. So you know how on the full moon, like sentient people become werewolves? Just make sure they've got everything that they need for the strange mood, Xeno. Check them, hit Q, and if they or rather hit A, if it says that they have begun a mysterious construction, then they have everything they need. If it hasn't said that yet, then they don't. Yeah, werewolves are just normal sentient creatures. So like humans, elves, dwarves, goblins that have been cursed by a god. So they are cursed with immortality, and they can either be cursed with vampirism or lycanthropy. So if they're a lycanthrope or a werewolf or a were-creature, then they become a werewolf once a month. If they're a vampire, then they just will occasionally like drink the blood of people around them. Just occasionally. They chill. Yeah, if you hit Q, it'll blink between the different type of materials that they need. So if they don't have all of the materials that they need, it'll be like they're drawing pictures or muttering a query, shining bars, cut gems, rough gems, bones. And then you need to make sure that you get all of the materials for them. Otherwise, they will eventually just go berserk. Well, yeah, so if you hit Q and hover over them, it should blink between the different materials that they need. Sounds quack. All the ducks. Duck for cover, because that foul mood seems kind of quack. Lord Cucumber. And quick check.
24 months. Wow.
Thank you, Lord Cucumber, for the 2 years. And quick check. Thanks for 2 months.
Crypt Bear.
Cheers, lads. Also, I don't know why that was like super offsides on this screen, dude. Fixing that. Nil Tungsdumat. The outpost liaison has arrived from Mountain Homes, and they say, let's discuss your situation. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to request cheese because I don't actually need anything. And, you know, we need cheese for everyone. The static on the cam? Fun fact about the static on this camera. I went to Internet Archive, and I found black screens with VHS static on them. Downloaded about an hour worth of static. And then overlaid it, clipped it all together into about a 3-minute video. And then set the opacity all the way up to the maximum amount. And so this is actual VHS static, which means I put way too much effort into this. It's a Fey mood? Ooh. Fey mood is cool. Fey mood means you'll get a legendary dwarf out of it. So I put way too much effort into putting static on this camera. But let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft worship. Those are the things they'll pay the most for. Hiya, do it. Enjoy your lurking for a bit. If anybody has a resub, you pop it now, you maybe we'll get some emotes on Hype Train potentially. And Nil says, I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Of course. Also, did you know that wagons are technically sentient creatures, and if you destroy a wagon or deconstruct a wagon, it dies? But because they're not killable sentient creatures, this is just weird bugs in Dwarf Fortress's coding, or weird eccentricities in Dwarf Fortress's coding. They never actually are seen dying. So instead of dying, they are just listed as missing when you deconstruct your wagon. Or if the wagon is toppled or destroyed, it is just listed as missing. So sometimes dwarves wonder about why the wagon is missing. Also, wagon wood is a generated type of wood that only comes from wagons and cannot be obtained in any other format aside from killing wagons. Also, the only difference between a horse and a lion is a horse is a large creature with teeth and hooves, and a lion is a large creature with a mane and swords on its hands. And big teeth. You get bit by a horse, it hurts just as much as getting bit by a lion. Useless, but you liked it. I deconstructed my wagon at the start of this fortress, and I made the wagon wood into blocks, and I put them on a pedestal and surrounded it with gold statues and silver thrones. Cheers. More cucumber.
Your anti-wagon ammo pile.
Thank you much for the $10. Didn't that have Hype Train then? Should have. Weird. Which? You're drunk. Oh, I see why. It's because you also resubbed. So someone else needs to do something. Or cheer 100 bits anonymously. That would be why. But thanks for the $10. Yeah, I understand. There you go, Raz got it. All right, Raz sorted it out for everybody. Thanks, Raz. For the $1. Yeah, target the workshop, not the dwarf. Otherwise, you'll just. So what you want to do to see the workshop is hit Q and then select the workshop like this. With Q. Butcher shop. BU. Or BWU. BWU. To make a butcher shop. And then you need to butcher an animal. So one of your horses needs to die. So hit Z, press enter on the animals screen, and then select an animal that you want to die and press B. And they'll slaughter it. But thank you guys for the little Hype Train. Here's lads. Drop and keep this stream funded one train at a time. Jack, can I get some crypt zooms? Yeah. You feel the only right use for wagon wood is making coffins for the first 7? You don't get enough wood to make enough coffins for the first 7, but you could make 1 coffin, I think, out of 1 wagon's worth of wagon wood. Although I think it's a crime to bury a dwarf in wagon wood, frankly. Maybe a crown? But yeah, strange moods are kind of a pain when you're new, so I wouldn't be too worried. Also, I'm watching the Hot Potato, and he just got a $600 donation for charity, so fuck yeah. Exclamation point potato if you're wondering what I'm talking about. It's a charity marathon that happens once a year on RimWorld that I help with the back end of organizing. I used to take part, but I don't want to play RimWorld. Wagon wood throne? You could do that. I don't know. I don't like making stuff out of wood. It's not a very permanent material. Yeah, I kind of got. I don't mind the game. The game's fine, but I just don't want to play it anymore. I just don't have fun with it anymore, so thus when I stream it, I'm not particularly entertaining. I played too much of it. I just burnt out. Not really. I mean, it doesn't really matter what we buy, so buy some fine pewter bars. All right, what's your demand, Mayor? Cabinets. So now, where's my mayor's bed? You here. Apple? Dragon? Holy lol. Nobody. Nobody. Peter. Amy. Colette. Espen Sarlacc. Mark and Dastot. Nobody. Even an assigned room. Near. Arch. Maggie. It's sad that after dwarves die, their spouses maintain the dead dwarf's rights to that bed. So Bluewater's still alive, so Tiny Goliath's bed is still listed, even though Tiny Goliath died of old age. Of course, it's going to be one of the last beds that I check, right? That's it. How do you assign the butcher shop? What do you mean by assign it? I mean, you've built it, right? As long as you have a dwarf, as long as it's been built, you have a dwarf with the job. Just hit Z, go to animals, and then select the animal that you would like to butcher, and they will slaughter it. Here's guys for the live train. Choo-choo. All right, I'm just gonna go AFK for a second. I need to toilet. BRB. Also, good news, everybody. I am winning the war against the fruit flies. There's almost none of them left, and there's a lot of dead ones in my traps. And I replaced one of the traps this morning, and it's there's still a few buzzing around, but I'm winning. This has been like a 2-week-long saga of me going, where the fuck are these fruit flies coming from? I have both strategic advantage and positional advantage. What kind of traps do I do? I have glass jars with plastic wrap over top of them, sealed tight, with a tiny little hole in the center, and apple cider vinegar with a little bit of dish soap in it. which kills them on contact. So they go into the jars, and then they really can't get out, and eventually they go down into the apple cider vinegar, and then they die. Because they're attracted to the apple cider. The smell of the apple cider vinegar. So I would say I have both strategic and positional advantages against them. All right, let's do some digging. Well, actually, no. Before we do digging, we're gonna rebuild power because all these trees destroyed these. I need to redirect water to actually get power here, but these are water wheels that are gonna have that I have a the ability to dump water underneath them, and then they turn, which turns the shaft in the middle, which is how I power my pumps. Dwarves can be attracted to the same gender, but there is no interspecies breeding. They can, however, be very good friends and kindred spirits, which is like, I don't know, I've heard the term blood brothers thrown around. They can be best friends with other species, and they can be attracted to the opposite sex. They can actually get married to the opposite sex, too. Ironically, one of the initial reasonings, outside of, like, political alignments and ideology reasonings, one of the reasons why one of the benefits of Tarn Adams and his brother adding in gay couples into Dwarf Fortress is it stopped dwarves from being OP in World Gen. They would get married too frequently and breed too fast. They also have gender-neutral names, oddly enough. But they would get too love-happy and breed too fast, and the humans would overpower the other factions. So it's kind of a population control method, which is accurate to real life as well. Animal, you have a good night's sleep. Sleep well, dude. Plastic wrap hole was smart. You didn't think of that, so you made metal rings with rubber seal between them and connected 12,000 volts to it, and they got zapped when they crawled around the jar. I mean, that's like very much overthinking the problem, but yeah, that would definitely work. That's like killing a wasp with a sledgehammer. It's like, yeah, you could do that, or you could just spray some like anti-wasp spray on it. That would also work. So, yes, you gay couples are actually pretty common in Dwarf Fortress, which is actually kind of frustrating sometimes when you need babies. But you know, just like real life. You were very sick of the fruit flies? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I think that the reason why there is so many of them in my apartment right now is just because I needed to clean under my sink, but I've completely like gutted everything, bleached everything, deep cleaned everything, taken apart everything. I took apart my fucking garburator and cleaned that too, the garbage disposal. That a lava room? That's more than a lava room. That is a lava shaft. That is a lava lamp that goes all the way down to the center of the earth. So it's my giant lava lamp. Because, you know, I'm a 2000s. I was born in the 90s. I grew up in the early 2000s. You know, like I like lava lamps. Lava lamps are cool. I smoke weed. I like bongs. Might as well fill a bong with lava. It's also made of glass, which is why I say it's kind of a bong. It's my giant lava bong. And it goes all the way up to here, just below my fort. Wasn't too fond of lethal contraptions on the kitchen sink. Yeah, not exactly baby friendly. Not exactly baby friendly, I will say that. Hilarious, though. I don't have enough rock crystals to do that. I would have to import them. So I opted to make them out of green glass instead of crystal glass. But my next mega project currently is making a giant obsidian printer using the same pumps that I used to pump that lava up. So, I mean, it took me 100 years to build that one. I'm not doing another one. I might expand it, but there isn't enough rock crystal on this map. If I had access to a lot of rock crystal, I would have considered making crystal glass, but I opted to not do that. But some things, unfortunately, because of the way the maps work in Dwarf Fortress and because you're not guaranteed to have all the materials, certain things are just super impractical to actually do. Got a bunch of random animals I need to slaughter that I've caught in my traps. Will I test it? Once it's like in an advertisable state. I'm not much of a beta tester or a bug tester though. And it depends on the game you make. You'd have to make a game I'm interested in. Or like if you made a roguelike or a little colony builder, sure, why not? But like it would have to be like streamable at that point. I mean, like I just streamed King Under the Mountain, which is very unfinished, so why not? Why not? Seems fine. Which I wonder how that's doing on Steam, actually. Kind of curious. Mostly positive? Oof. It's almost very positive. If anybody's wondering about what game I'm talking about, it's this. I'm gonna play some more of that tonight. It's a very dwarfy game. A very dwarfy game. Are they flicking with an exclamation point? Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. Are you telling me that that dwarf is a bone carver? They would need a craft store shop, not a butcher shop. I thought you were saying that they needed bones. Yeah, they need a craft store shop. That's what they would need. I didn't realize that they were a bone carver. I thought you were saying that they needed bones, which is why I was saying butcher shop. But if they're a bone carver, then they would have need that. But if they've got what color is the exclamation point? They're not waiting for the right ingredient. They're waiting for the right shop to be available. So they need a craft store shop. Hey, Clan Hawkins. Loved your other stuff on DF and especially the interviews. Cheers, man. I'm gonna keep doing what I can. It's white? Okay, so then they're not dead yet. if it's bluish, turquoisey, they're dead, basically. Oh hey, Bumblebed's an adult. Neat. Alright, well, let's give you jobs. Yeah, you're gonna need bones, and they're gonna need a craft store shop. You need to slaughter an animal. Or they need to hunt an animal, and then you need to butcher it. That's how I get bones. Chat investments are open. Heads up. Only an adult on the outside, child on the inside. I know how that feels. This is why I play video games for a living. But I'm glad that you like the interviews, Clan Hawkins. The interviews are the best work that I do, and not the most watched work that I do. So, but definitely the stuff that I personally value the most. Outside of just, streaming today. They bring us fans of DF a lot of genuine value, and you keep the day passing in the boring bits. Yeah. Well, I mean, the talks that I do with Tarn, I think, kind of fill in the empty void of the void that is what's the word? The lack of DF talk. Because DF talk is something that I personally really enjoyed back in the day, and not having DF talk it's kind of sad. I mean, I get it. And then because like, you know, people got busy and people kind of, I guess, got a life. But kind of the hard part about listening to the newer episodes of DF Talk is the two co-hosts of DF Talk don't really play the game much anymore, if at all. And like, there is Dwarf Fortress Roundtable, which is a great little podcast that I've actually guest hosted on twice, but it kind of fills a different need to DF Talk because, like, you know, it's fans talking about the game instead of it's fans talking about the game instead of like Tarn talking about the game. So kind of while it fills some of the need, it's not quite everything. Whereas I think like those talks that I do kind of fill that void, that empty void of lack of DF Talk. We'll do it again in like 4 months and keep them going. We'll do them again in like 4 months. Well, tomorrow's my day off, Regath, so you won't see me on tomorrow, but I'll be on Saturday. I don't know if I'll be playing Dwarfs, though. We might be, but odds are pretty good I'll be playing Caves of Cud on Saturday. But sleep well. I mean, it's only 2:30 p.m. here, so, well, 2:40, almost. The day's still young. Giant cave toad bites the cave crocodile in the left leg, bruising the muscle. And that's what you really need. Those interviews is bring just enough contact to get a bit of a peek into the unique brains behind it, and this is awesome. At some point, I really want to get him and Zach. That's like my actual big goal. Is I'd love to get him and Zach on a video, on a stream. But like I've asked Zach separately, and he's politely said no. So, but I've been told by a couple people that if I poke a little harder and see if I can get Tarn and Zach at the same time, then it's much more likely. Because Tarn's definitely the extrovert of the brothers, right? Whereas Zach is a bit more introverted. Like I met both of them at PAX East in 2019, and Tarn talks to everybody and babbles a lot, and Zach just kind of stands there quietly and smiles. Like that's kind of how those two operate, right? But he's just as much of a genius as his brother. In different ways, but... But yeah, I don't know. I'm just glad that I get to give back to the community that allows me to play games for a living sometimes, and that's kind of the best way. Considering like those interviews probably never would have happened if I hadn't been hospitalized, because like I'm not the kind of person who really like he has bones. Hell yeah! I'm not the kind of person to really like reach out and ask to do things like that. Like I've done lots of interviews in the past. Like most of you probably don't know this, but I used to co-manage a YouTube channel called Schematics Team with a bunch of friends, and we ended up splitting due to creative differences. But like basically all we did on that channel were trailer reaction content and dev interviews. That's basically all that we did, was interviews and reaction content, and it did all right for a period of time, and eventually we just kind of stopped doing it. But you know, if it says he's begun a mysterious construction, then it has begun, and he has everything he needs. I know. But like when I was hospitalized at the beginning of 2020, not related to COVID, related other health problems, I was like fucking delirious at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I sent Tarn a DM on Twitter because he followed me on Twitter after I met him at PAX. I was like, hey, would you come on the stream and talk with me and do some Q&A stuff? And he's just like, yeah, sure, just let me know when. So that's kind of how that happened. Probably never would have had the balls to do it otherwise. It was literally just me at 2 o'clock in the morning, delirious in bed, hopped up on whatever the fuck, in a shit ton of pain, just like, yo, do you want to come? But, and that also then allows me to do the other interviews that I do with other developers, and some people watch them, which is great. Like, you know, I got to do one with the developer of Odd Realm. I got to do the one with the developer of Rift Wizard recently. I interviewed Jim Shepard, who made Dungeon Mans. Who else have I talked with? Hugh Millward, who made War Sim, which is a weird fucking... It's like basically text-based Mountain Blade. A bunch of other weird games. Speaking of, you guys should play War Sim. If you want a game that you can play with one hand and play while you're working. During the pandemic, actually, this was like one of my biggest recommendations to people. It's like, you want a game that you can play while working from home without your coworkers noticing? This game, because it's literally text-based Mountain Blade, but you play as a king. So you go around in a little sandbox, and it scrambles the history every time. Things change and different events happen, and all faces are randomly generated, and there's tons of different events and weird happenings, and it's like the price of a expensive coffee. It's just this ridiculously good game that like looks like it was designed for a computer in 1990 or like even before. It looks like it was designed for a computer in the 80s, and it's like doesn't require anything to run. Like you could probably run it on a potato. You could run it on a calculator. So it looks like you're typing. Yeah, but Dwarf Fortress looks like a video game. That actually runs in like in like a command prompt window. Like it runs in a terminal window. More food problems? Time to make some food. God, we got so many gems. Actually, Seeker, where are you at? Let's give you gem cutting. And make a couple more jewelers' shops. Oh no. We're dwarf. Caves of Cut is incredible and about to go up in price. So Caves of Cut is right now the cheapest it'll be for a while. I mean, there's Angband, and the various variants of Angband. Tome 4 is brilliant, but also an asshole. Open world roguelikes. Now, when you say open world roguelikes, do you mean like very traditional stuff, or do you mean like more modern stuff? Because like classic Adom is incredible. Ancient Domains of Mystery. Ultimate Adom is horrendously terrible and borderline shovelware. Yakbone Mace, fuck yeah! So now that you've made it, here's another hotkey that you don't know about. Hit T and plus and minus on the numpad until you select it, and then press enter on the item, and then hit V to view the description. And you'll get the description, the detailed description of it. Hit T, and then plus and minus on the numpad. Hit T, select where it was placed, and then plus and minus on the numpad. Now, a yak mace is not going to be any good as a military weapon. However, pretty awesome ceremonial or decoration weapon. So hit T, and then select the shop, and it'll show you what's in the shop. Instead of what the... So V shows you what the dwarf in the shop. Q shows the job that's happening in the shop, and T shows you what's in the shop. So you can move through it. So this is a pair cut blue jades. Poor dwarf. How's Bumblebed doing as an adult? Actually, Bumblebed, you can do some jewelry. Satisfied at work? Hell yeah! If anyone cares to see it. The Yakbone Mace. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of Yakbone. Yep, that's very much a simple artifact. I mean, simple, but still an artifact. The older your fortress is, the bigger and crazier the artifacts get. And the more value that's in your fortress, the more different types of items the dwarves will request for their artifacts. And the older your world, the higher chance of them having crazy, weird histories and stuff on them, too. I'm just making a bunch of jeweler shops because it's useful. All right, are all these done? Construction inactive. Do I not have a carpenter? I might actually not have a carpenter. Then Suki, you can have carpentry. What the fuck? There's miasma in your mining pit. Did somebody die in your mining pit? Probably means something is rotting. This is a lead mace. All craft ship is of the... It menaces with spikes of platinum and will insta-give anything that gets touched with it. Hey, Athros. And I hope that you've had an excellent turkey day. It's where you put the bone shop? Okay, so if that's where you put the butcher shop, then the meats in the butcher shop are all rotting. So you might need a refuse stockpile. Get a refuse stockpile and put it outside. Now you get to start learning how to dispose of stuff. Have you been invaded or attacked by anything yet? You know? Should have some stuff to read. Hold up. Thirst for wine makes wine thirsty. Gamer will be gaming. You are an unintelligible gamer. After banana. Pirates listen to jazz and ragtime with bongos. Congrats on having thoughts. Broken teacups full of leaks. Freaking freaks, freaking freaky freaks. Thanks for putting a period on that. I'm going to add something to this, though. But freely. You thought I lost it for a second? Yeah, I have that effect on people. I swear it's just a Discord redemption. Oops. The wrong button. It's marker instead of standard. Oh my god, Liam raised $2,000? Hell yeah. $1,100 anonymous donation. Fuck yeah. Speaking of losing it, I might need to go get lunch pretty soon. Might need to go get lunch pretty soon. How long have we been streaming? 4 hours? That's not bad. Considering I started 2 hours late, that's not bad. It's not bad. And, you know, honestly, I haven't said this enough today, but thank you, chat, very much for just tuning in and hanging out and watching the stream and for the bits and the tips and the gifted subs and everything. Keeping this channel funded. Because not very many people are as lucky enough as me to be able to do this full time. So there are more surgeons in the world than full-time Twitch streamers, which is a good thing because we need more surgeons than full-time Twitch streamers. That being said, some people need to be a waste to society like me and just be entertainment. Don't put myself like that. I mean, everybody's got to be slightly self-deprecating. Everybody's got to be slightly self-deprecating. Come on. Where's the fun of not being self-deprecating? And this is good news. This is very, very good news. I was just doing some charity stuff in the background real quick. But this is very, very good news. Very, very good. Das Tot, Moses Hayden, has given birth to a boy. We have a brand new baby boy in the fort. Olin Saigun Gakis. Anybody want to be the brand new baby boy in the fortress? First baby of the day. First baby of the last 2 days, actually. We didn't have one yesterday either. Just some elf visitor? Woo! Cool. Who's the elf visitor? Make sure they're not there to steal your artifact, by the way. They might be. Any visitor is sus. Lord Cucumber, have you had a name in this fortress before? Because I can't remember. But you have 2 older siblings. Sideways and Nano Chip. I think Sideways is 11, who feels love after gaining a sibling. And Nano Chip is 25, and also feels love after gaining a sibling, but is frustrated after being unable to acquire something for too long. Reminds you what? Cucumber was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His first words are Gabba Mabba. Are they a performance troupe or something? Do you know? I can also tell you how to tell them to leave if you want. Because your tavern by default is public, and if you have a tavern, then visitors will come and hang out in your tavern. But you can make it a not public tavern if you want, and then they will fuck off. Same with your library or temple or any other public meeting rooms that you make. He was born today, which makes him very young indeed. His cobalt eyes are very wide set. His nose bridge is concave and his sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed and his very long beard is arranged in double braids. His very short hair is neatly combed and his extraordinarily broad ears are very short. I mean, doesn't all babies want to play dolls? Like, that's raising a family, right? Speak Kobold. they know how to speak Kobold for the first year of their life. No need to worry about it. I figured he was already good, considering he was already in a voice call, Bellinaire. So, I mean, I'm just here doing my thing. I mean, they seem pretty organized at this point. I think, frankly, we could just kind of let the potatoes sit, and they'll probably be fine for the rest of the day, because everybody today has done this before, I think, right? But cheers, Bell. Are you taking the day off today, or are you farming? Oh, so now, is there a bone carver that can be its name? I don't think I have a bone carver. Alrighty, Bell. Cheers. Thanks for doing my job. Not gonna complain about that. He does not often feel lustful. Well, yeah, he's a baby. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He likes to take it easy, and he is assertive. He isn't particularly ambitious, and he is trusting. He likes to brawl, and he doesn't focus on material goods. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and tends to hang on to grievances. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, like any good child should. Oh, I get you, Belle. Yeah, cheers. Yeah, that's much appreciated. Sounds like a baby. He's very much a baby. Oh.
We found some copper.
That's more than just some copper, dude. That's a little gold mine that you found there. Cheers, man. Thanks for the $60. Jack, gonna get a big round of beers for mine. Helping with the beer fund. How's that? You are now a merchant. Your husband's name is Mark. You worship Snargor, which is the god of persuasion and speech. Probably how you got married. You have 3 children, and you feel adoration after giving birth to a boy, which is Cucumber. And I gave birth to a boy. Such adoration I feel, is what you said. You are 135 years old, born on the 26th of Timber in the year 210. Her extremely short eyebrows are incredibly high, and her very large iris, narrow cobalt eyes are incredibly close set. Her nose bridge is concave, and her straight hair is dry. Her medium-length hair is neatly combed, and her sandy taupe skin is wrinkled. Her somewhat short, small-lobed ears are somewhat broad, and her hair is gray with some white. If I scroll down a little bit, she is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings, often filled with joy, and becomes completely helpless in stressful situations. Completely unmoved by art and natural beauty of nature, and is conflicted by this as you value artwork and its creation. She never feels to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, and is conflicted by this because she considers tranquility preferable to tumult, conceptually. She lives a high energy kinetic pace and lives an orderly life, organized and neat. And I can't read today. My eyes are misbehaving. And she would never pass up a chance for a good fistfight, though she is disturbed by this since she values quiet, at least in the abstract. She very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and she is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, which means she's not racist. That's neat. She has a greedy streak, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is quick to anger and tends to think before acting. She isn't given to flights of fancy. She's often nervous, and she enjoys the company of others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she has a tendency to go it alone. Let's see, what else about you? She finds out helping others emotionally rewarding and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She's satisfied and focused with satisfied needs. That's your dwarf, Team Xeno, and you just gave birth to a child. So now you get to have a child on your shoulders for the next year and until it gets tall enough to run around and do its own thing. Doesn't know what she wants. Very conflicted dwarf. Dwarves with complicated feelings are the best kinds of dwarf. But yes, great times indeed. Great times indeed. A lot of things rattling around in my brain at this exact moment. All right, where are we? Where were we? Dwarves are making gems. Let's get back down to digging, because I think power should be fully constructed. Yep, all the water wheels are done, so we can get back to digging. I haven't really done much of today. I was supposed to do a bunch of it, but I just kind of didn't. All right, let's just get this side done. Also, side note, what year is it? Late autumn 345. Okay, I just realized it's 345. That's kind of funny. We're not going to get that again until 456. Yeah, it's been a fun stream today. Complaints. No complaints. Oh, that's another thing I was doing that I didn't finish. Gotta smooth all of these walls so we can dig down to the next layer. Let's do that. And go up here and go up here. Now that you're done with turkey carcass, it was a good day. You had friends over, smoked the turkey. Hell yeah, overnight. So it was nice and flavorful. Veg options for a couple of friends who don't eat meat. Now everyone is off to their homes with lots of leftovers. Yeah. I mean, I almost didn't stream today. Not because I didn't want to, but because I woke up this morning. Everything was fine. I made breakfast. I had a shower. I ate breakfast. I set up my computer. Everything was fine. So got the stream all ready to go. Had a shower. Ate breakfast, made coffee, sat down to stream, and my internet was out. And so I called my ISP, and they're like, yeah, and I spoke with a lovely lady over in Nova Scotia, and she was like, well, seems like there's an outage in your area. And I'm like, great, okay. So when will it be back? And they're like, we don't know. Like, brilliant. And it took about 2 hours for the internet to come back. So I started 2 hours late. I almost just didn't stream today. Almost just took the day off because by like 4 hours late, it's like, yeah, you might as well almost not stream, because so many of your regulars are just not gonna find you. They're just not gonna realize that you're live. But you know, it's kind of thundering and lightning and all of that crap outside. It's calmed down a bunch now, but it was super windy and bucketing rain. So no longer is. Yep, there's still flooding. It's not as bad. A lot of the highways have been cleared, but yeah, we're still getting abnormally large amounts of rain. But, you know, like, the weather changing is just the artifacts of the fact that we are destroying the planet, you know? So because we've destroyed the planet, it's going to take a while for us to kind of get used to this normal that we live in now of, right, yeah, we got to, you know, worry about the fact that we've heated up the planet significantly, so storm patterns are going to change and all that crap. Par for the course, frankly. We did it to ourselves. And we get to deal with it. Sadly true. Yeah. It is what it is, though. Like I said, not much we can do about it, unfortunately. Not really worth losing sleep over either. So, yeah, we're still having problems. Just like the annual forest fire season, now we're going to have to deal with the annual flooding season. We're going to have to upgrade the highways to be better for dealing with floods. Because like that's the actual issue. Is we're used to rain. We're just not used to that much rain. I love it when people tell me that they're going to bed, and then 4 hours later I see them posting in the Add a Word Stories room or the counting room on Discord, and I'm like, busted. Didn't actually go to bed. Also, charity stream that I'm helping with in the background has raised $22,111.41 for Doctors Without Borders since yesterday. They're just procrastinating. They're very efficient at it, apparently. Take the forests and push them to the flood zones? Why don't we plant more trees? Is that what you're suggesting? I think we're doing that. I'm legally blind. I'm not completely blind. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye has severe tunnel vision, and I have floating blind spots. Blindness is a spectrum. I'm visually impaired on that spectrum. Severely visually impaired. So I operate mostly normally until I walk into a pole because I didn't see it, or I trip over a fire hydrant. Children are oh, is it a SpongeBob reference? I know SpongeBob through memes. I've never actually watched SpongeBob, so. But yeah, this eye don't work at all. This eye I see out of a tunnel. basically. And sometimes I just my vision just phases out and I just can't see anything, and I have to kind of like blink and like try and refocus my eyes. But I do have all text on my monitors set to 300% the normal size. So if you are looking at your web browser, hold control and zoom in, scroll up with your mouse, zoom it up to 300%. That's what I need. And I have it on a 32-inch monitor at 1080p in order to be able to read stuff on the internet and on computers and whatnot. So I play everything in windowed mode and blow up the text sizes and such. Otherwise, I have trouble reading it. So games with small text is the bane of my existence. And let's do a controlled cave in here. I sound like a deaf or mute person. What? Pardon? UI scaling, please. Always UI scaling. Seeker's throwing a tantrum. That's not ideal. Hope that you commit a small crime so that I can put you in prison. Can I repeat that in a way that you can comprehend? Do you want... I'm just going to say the same thing that I said previously. I'm legally blind, my right eye doesn't work, and my left eye I see through a tunnel, and I have floating blind spots. I have columboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes. I also have degenerative disorders in my eyes, and my eyes are degrading over time. It's not that fucking complicated, so I don't know what more you want me to repeat. Now you're just being dense, I guess. Unless you actually had the stream muted, in which case, why were you asking questions while the stream's muted? All the slur? You mean slur as in me cursing, or are you saying because I'm slurring my speech, which I'm not? Like, are you just trying to intentionally be insulting, or are you asking a question? Because I can't tell. Because if you're trying to be then what the fuck do you mean? Me cursing? This is a, like, adult stream. As in something you can't comprehend? That's not the definition of the word slur. I'm sorry if you can't comprehend it. I explained it as best I can. My right eye doesn't work, and my left eye I see it out of a tube, and I have floating blind spots. It's visual disabilities. What more do you want me to explain? Google it, you fucking moron. Guys. Not that goddamn complicated. Cunt. Slur that. Stream, I didn't do stand-up comedy. I mean, I never really thought of myself as particularly funny, but I do get that from time to time. Thanks for the free content, by the way, Bjorn and the Red. It's funny because, like, or rather, not it's funny. Was that funny? Banned for life? Because it's not particularly funny for me, to be completely honest with you. It's just kind of perplexing and confusing. I'm, like, just completely bewildered by what that person was saying. Like, I think I explained that clearly, right, chat? Are you asking a question, or are you just being insulting? I mean, like, what else am I supposed to say? I thought he had the stream muted. It's hard to tell if people are being trolls or if they're genuinely just, like, lacking brain cells. Usually it's the latter, actually. A stand-up streamer? I mean, I could be a stand-up streamer. I just simply have to push the world away from my desk. Hold on. Give me a sec. Waiting. Just pushing the world down. Just lift. Stop. Just rise. Almost there. Now I'm a stand-up streamer. Previously, I was a sit-down streamer. Now I'm a stand-up streamer. Ooh, my knees needed a stretch. Ow, my back. Okay, now we're good. You've seen him in other streams? Okay. So it's just a shitbag twat wangler, then? Who should just go and munch a pillow instead of, like, being a fucking clit? Because that's what that was. Keep that back working. Oh, I mean, you know. Just telling the world what stupid shit happens on the stream. I have no interest in doing stand-up. I appreciate the compliments, but I don't really have any interest in doing stand-up. Is what coloboma is. I mean, it's a very rare disorder, but, like, you know, it doesn't really matter what coloboma is. Like, it doesn't matter if you know what glaucoma is or coloboma, but what matters is my right eye don't work and my left eye I see out of a tunnel. That's the easy way to explain it. But what it actually is it's a birth defect in the outer and the back of the eye, where the eye didn't form properly. So if you actually look at this eye, you can see it because it's very visible in this eye, which is why this eye is completely blind. This eye, I was very lucky. Most people with coloboma are completely blind. There's one other person in British Columbia who has coloboma, except she is completely blind. She could see for a while, and then she was in a car accident with a boyfriend and lost her vision. I know her through the Children's Hospital. You can steal my material? Just, like, you know, maybe shout me out at the end. It's not stealing, it's just inspired by, right? It's only stealing if it's a crime. If I don't care, then it's not stealing. I really don't. I mean, on the topic of stealing material, what's the deal with airplane food? It's not funny when I say it, unfortunately. You know what's funny is I don't actually know what the deal with airplane food is. I've never heard the rest of that joke. I've only heard that part of it. Unless that is the joke, in which case, Seinfeld, you're not that funny. Canned laughter. Ha 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 ha. I mean, hold on. I can do this, and people who pay me can also do this. There you go. $7 a month on Patreon. Gets you sound commands. You know, it's funny. I don't like Seinfeld's comedy, but I love him as an interviewer. I think he's an extremely, say he knows what Discord is. Yes, this is true. You could do that. It's still shitty, dude. It's still, as of the last time I was on a plane, airplane food is expensive and shitty. But if you're lucky, you'll get onto a plane that has decent beer. But yeah, I don't like Seinfeld as a comedian. I really, really like him as an interviewer. I don't think he's particularly funny, but I love listening to him interview people. which is why I really enjoyed comedians in cars getting coffee, even though it's like Seinfeld as a person is not that funny. Almondines. Mileage varies a lot between companies. Yeah, this is true. I can believe that. I've been told that like French airlines are very, 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 very good for food. My strategy is don't eat food on airplanes and just get really drunk and fall asleep. That's usually my strategy. Although now that weed's legal, I just get high before I get on planes. I go to the airport, go to the smoking area outside of the airport, smoke a bunch of weed, and then just go get on the plane. Well, vape a bunch of weed. So I don't bring any onto the plane, obviously, but it's also freaking expensive. Fair enough. Yeah. You got 3 rounds of scotch on a left during the flight across the Atlantic. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what airline that is, but that's 3 rounds of scotch. The best flight I ever had was the second time I flew to TwitchCon, and I was next to this guy who bought 2 seats for himself, which, by the way, is incredible. If you're ever next to somebody who bought 2 seats for themselves, you know you're going to have a good person next to you. He had a laptop and a bunch of paperwork next to him. And I was just sitting there playing Tetris. And after about 20 minutes, he looks over, and I'm playing Tetris on my 3DS and Game Boy Tetris. And he leans over and he goes, "Oh, you're playing Tetris?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Can I give it a round?" And then he beat my score. Fucking asshole. And we got to talking. And he was the general, or one of the general managers at Children's Hospital in Vancouver, which I went to for years. And because I have a rare problem with my eyes, I mentioned to him that I spent a lot of years in Children's Hospital, and he knew who I was and had met me before. And he was drinking whiskey, and he asked me what I was drinking, and I said, well, if I were to drink, I'd get a beer. So he bought me a beer, and so I got drunk on a plane with the general manager of Children's Hospital, talking about vision disabilities. And I just canceled that dwarf's job. I'm so sorry. Talking about vision disabilities and like my sister and the time that she spent in Children's Hospital, and just sat there and talked. And so I got drunk on a plane with the general manager of Children's Hospital. He was going down to, because it was in San Diego that year, he was going down to do a talk. And so he was going to be in San Diego for like 48 hours or something. He's like, yeah, I'm flying down on this, because it was an early morning flight. So we were getting drunk early in the morning. He's like, I'm flying down, going to do a talk, and then I'm going to be on the plane tonight back home. Literally, yeah. Doctor's order was to have a drink with him. So yeah, we talked about Tetris and video games, and I explained to him how Twitch works, because he said that he'd heard of Twitch before, and at the time, like, I was kind of just getting into streaming, really, even though I'd been doing it for years, but like it was just starting to take off for me. So I explained to him how Twitch works, and because he said that he'd heard about it from kids in the hospital, so that was interesting. Yeah, that was probably one of the best examples of small fucking planet I've ever run into. But yeah, that's the only time I've had drinks paid for me on a plane. I've never had an airline pay for drinks for me. One of your high school teachers on Twitch, really? Wow. Talk about small worlds. I had somebody in my chat once who just kind of was like, "Hey, this might sound weird, but is your name Gregory?" I'm like, "Yeah." This person's like, "Were you in Scouts?" "Yeah." And then they were like, "Were you in this group?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "I think I know you." I'm like, "I think you probably do too. Who the fuck are you?" And they DM'd me, and it was someone I knew from years ago, which is a weird coincidence. Then there was one time I matched with a girl on Tinder. Nothing ended up coming of it, but we talked back and forth for a bit. And she works in games. did a bunch of the UI design and Magic the Gathering Arena and other things, and asked me what I do, and I was like, fuck it, I guess I'll be honest for once instead of just saying like marketing or whatever. Told her what I do, and she's like, oh fuck, I wonder if any of my friends know you. Turns out, yes! It's always fun. Well, visitors show up. Visitors might try and steal your artifacts, or they might try and convince your dwarves to abandon your fort and steal your artifacts. Or maybe they're were creatures and they will turn into were monsters. Maybe they are spies that are scoping out the defenses of your fort to organize a secret invasion. It's safer to keep your tavern private, but it's more fun to have a public one. Press L for locations. Scroll down to your tavern and then press R, or like this is my tavern will work, library will work, and then just press R until it says citizens and long-term residents only, or citizens only. But all visitors welcome is the one where anybody can show up. Can you order to kill a visitor? Theoretically, yes, but if the visitor is friends with your dwarves may go berserk. So because visitors hang out and can discuss and socialize, your dwarves can become friends with the visitor, right? Which is fine. But if you then kill that visitor, then the dwarves will blame the person who killed them and try and kill that person, which could cause problems. Because then maybe that dwarf goes and kills the person that killed that dwarf, and then another dwarf goes and kills that person that killed that dwarf, and then they rinse and repeat for all eternity. Hang in there, dwarf. Yeah, that can happen. Absolutely. Although they're not usually racial wars. They're usually just like family feuds kind of deal. This is that fort. I think it's like 2,500 lead statues in this fort now. Above one of your animals? Blue question marks. Blue question marks. It's because they're confused and trying to find a pathing, I think. I don't have an exact hour count. But that's the playlist if you want an approximation. I haven't done the math in a while. The last time I did the math, it was like 600 hours. In months, 14 or 15. I started in August 2020. So, August 20 something. It was like August 26th, I think, 2020. Yeah. I mean, just remember, I do this is my job, so. Or rather, streaming is my job. Also, someone just donated $1,000 to charity in the Hot Potato Charity event. Exclamation point potato if you want to know what I'm talking about. Someone just donated $1,000 to Bold Viking. He had $42 on his tips, and then someone donated $1,000, and now he has $1,000 and 42. 1,042. We're told currently at $23,111.70 raised since 10 a.m. yesterday, and it's 3 p.m. today. Very little. Almost none. Talk about. The only time I really use it is if I have deep water that freezes in a fort. So if there's deep water that freezes, I restrict pathing so that it doesn't thaw and drown dwarves. That's the only time I use it, basically. No, charity. Orange. So Orange, you know, right now the green badge doesn't really fit your name, right? But when you get the next badge, that one will fit. When you get the next one. 'Cause the next one has like the yellow edges and then the orangey red center. Just saying, fashionably. Next one's better. Man, that poor dwarf. Because it would make less sense in the VODs in 2 years and for life. It doesn't take too much time to set up. I'm just not officially taking part, so there's no reason to. Maybe when Rory at least expects you. Fair enough. Fair enough. Just wait until Animal comes back and decides to be annoying again. Because that'll happen one day. The Animal's been threatening about December, stating that he's going to do something. Yeah, I mean, I'm helping with the background organization stuff, but I'm not officially playing in it or anything. Also, Zeno, the reason that Tale of Two Kobolds is in there is because it's about something that happened in episode 7 or 8. Because I used to do lore videos, which I haven't done in a very long time because they take way too long. I basically I do the interviews instead now. But I used to do lore videos where I would talk about events that happened in my forts in like kind of a storytelling sense. And that's a story about 2 kobolds that came into this fortress. The other option is you stockpile bits and just wait. Oh yeah, I still have those 2 statues. There's also images of them on some artifacts because they're historical figures. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Kaljar Warbur, the Kobold, and Gurgi Kalildis. The Kobold is in Nice by Cassie. Kaljar Warbur is embracing Gurgi Kalildis, and the artwork relates to the marriage of the Kobold Kaljar Warbur and Gurgi Kalildis in the early spring of year 5. Yeah. That. Well, you better build a bit stockpile then. Orange. That way, when someone else decides to get into bit waving contest, you could just be like, you know, the last TwitchCon, which was 2019, Hobo paid for his half of the Airbnb that we rented for the weekend in bits in my chat, instead of like tipping me directly, because I gave him the options like you can pay me in cryptocurrency, bits, or directly through PayPal, and or just send me a money transfer. And he's like, I'll do bits to like level up my badge. And so he donated $300 in bits all at once in my chat. And it was just like chilling. There was there was a little hype train going on, and he's just like, boom! It just blew everybody's brains out. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh, he's like, he's paying for the hotel. It's fine. Also, speaking of cool shit in this fort, this is pretty cool. Forgotten Beast Skull. Finally crafted Forgotten Beast Skull Totem. Object is heavily worn. It'll eventually wear away into nothing. Imagine building a lot of coffins next to an open bar and leaving the little sign call for help, but not for me. Yeah. So if you purchase bits, Losan, it costs more than you get to give. So if you buy $1 in bits, it costs you 30% more. Or if you're in certain regions, it costs even more than that. Damn it, we've lost 2 dwarves today. This is unfortunate. We had 2 dwarves get depressed and just keel over. I wasn't able to recover them quick enough, which is super unfortunate. Also, I want to check something. Dragon. Also, I never gave you jobs, apparently. Not bad. But I did. Apparently missed giving jobs to a couple people. I raise you my army. I mean, I don't know. If I had control over it, I would say do it in small amounts because it's more fun that way. We're gonna put Bumblebee into the military briefly. Go train a little bit. Military is good for younger dwarves. 25, frustrated man. You also want to practice martial art. You can go join the military. I guess. Orange. Just played your first game of 4Connect? I don't even know what that is. What's 4Connect? Depends on the injury and how good the doctor is. If the doctor fucks it up, sometimes they'll never fully heal properly. Some of them will need casts. If you don't have casts, then it takes forever. This dwarf has a cast and stitches, so it'll eventually heal. But it takes about the same amount of time as real-life injuries. Also, I've got a cave-in I can do. Kind of forgot about. Got distracted by person who was being a nincompoop. I don't know what Cat and Connect 4 is, so. You can kill a creature by dropping almost anything on them. I don't know about coffin. I would assume so. Coffins are furniture. I killed a dwarf with a table by mistake once, so I would assume a coffin would work. Because they were dumping a bunch of stuff down a mine shaft to get it somewhere quicker. And it was a lot of furniture, and a table landed on somebody when they went splat. So, yeah, probably. That's the cave-in. Sweet. All right. It seems oddly poetic. I mean, it brings new meaning to the words, bring in the hearse. This is in German. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. Interesting. So trying to fill a coffin with corpse to make it heavier. Couldn't fit more than 3 corpses in it. In Dwarf Fortress? You can do that? What? Also, does that actually make it heavier? Uh-oh. Beaker is throwing a tantrum, which is actually good. He's toppling stuff. Hasn't hurt anybody yet, which is good. Cool. 2 counts of vandalism. Anyone know fun stuff to do in City Skylines? Not really, because City Skylines isn't that fun. You just build cool looking shit. Actually playing the game isn't particularly fun though. Oh, and you beat the crap out of Colette. That's not good. What's that combat log look like? The performer punches the merchant in the right eyelid. Oh no! With his right hand. With her right hand, bruising the skin through the hemp cloak. The force bends the head, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat, and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. Ooh, spine injury. Tendon in the upper spine has been torn. Hey, K. Bailey, what up? And then all the dwarves with question marks are going to go report the crime. And hopefully somebody grabs. So, Jimmy Tibby is depressed, but not that depressed. Also, you want to wander, meaning I should make you a remarkable temple performer. Just got back from wedding. I hope it went well. You drop the desecrated infected dwarves on enemies. We could say that they are down with the sickness. I mean, anyway, Colette, the dwarf, has been murdered. So that's unfortunate. But it's just a merchant, which means they're not actually a permanent member of the fortress. He's got to get that body dealt with so that you know, they don't stink up the place and cause ghosts to appear. It's okay. You know where the door is, Orange. And then the dwarf gets buried. All right, so 4 counts of disorderly conduct and 2 counts of vandalism. Let's see what your sentence is going to be, which I don't think you have one yet. I don't see any yet. You're my captain of the guard. Let's see what you do. The bride and groom are going to have a heart attack because they were so nervous. Aw. You had devil eggs and a cookie salad? That doesn't sound like a salad, but I don't know what a cookie salad is, but I'm glad that you had fun. I played a good amount of City Skylines, but to me it was always just a design sandbox. I never really found it to be a particularly fun city builder. They're gonna go beat the criminal. Justified. Oh. 57 days in prison and a beating. Go get a massive. That's a funny way to spell masochist. Basically, a fruit salad with some changes. Add fudge and stripped cookies to it. That sounds like it would kill me, but my pancreas is screaming just thinking about it. But it also sounds kind of delicious. So SimCity 2, SimCity 3, SimCity 4. Pretty much any of the Impressions games. I don't know. I don't really consider it a city builder because it's like, I don't really consider a City Skylines a city builder. It's a city painter. Like, it's a design sandbox more so than a... You complained to the mayor and then you got beaten. Beat your teeth out. Punches in the performer in the right arm. Punches the performer in the upper left back teeth with his left hand, and the severed part sails off on an arc. The captain of the guard punches the performer in the right upper arm with his left hand, bruising the skin. So punched his teeth out. He's gonna go put his shirt away or something. And he's gonna go back and beat him up again, or put him in the thing. So I don't really consider City Skylines to be a very good city builder. It's an excellent city designer, but it's not a very good city builder. It's a boring as fuck city builder. There's no challenge, nothing interesting, nothing fun going on. It's just kind of a boring, soulless of a game. But, you know, it's pretty. The mod community is great. But as a game, I don't think it's that interesting. See, I don't think it's a very good traffic manager. You need mods to make the traffic behave in a logical manner. So, as a traffic manager, I also don't think it's particularly good. Because the traffic is so illogical and erratic and silly. Okay, now you're gonna go chain up Seeker. But Zeus, Pharaoh, Poseidon, all those games are also better. Yeah, exactly. But like, you know, that's how that game plays best, is if you're playing it with mods. It's not, as a game by itself, it's not that good. SimCity 3000, I tend to agree, was indeed the peak of the management game franchise. SimCity 3000 is a legitimately difficult game. Like, it's a legitimately difficult management game. And it's an interesting management game. Oh, another good city builder franchise is the Anno franchise. I really like Anno 1800. Anno 1800 is very good. Same with Anno... I didn't really like the futuristic ones, but Dawn of Discovery, or 1404, is also very good. Yay, this dwarf is repentant, so this might actually save him. Murdering somebody and going to prison may actually help this dwarf. What about Tropical? What about Tropical? You mean Tropico? Tropico's fine. I've never been super enthused by the franchise. I played Tropico 3, 5, and whatever the most, I think 6. Did they make a 6th one, or was that 5? I can't remember. The most recent one wasn't great, but the previous Tropico games are pretty good. Tropico is all right. Not phenomenal, but all right. I enjoy a Tropico. Trying to think of other city builds. I haven't played a lot of city builders super recently. Like, looking through my Steam library, it's like, what city builders have I played in the last few years? If you enjoy, what's the name of it? If you enjoy kind of the Banished style of city builders, End Zone is a good post-apocalypse city builder. End Zone: A World Apart. That was a fun game. It's 30% off right now, too. Never played Banished? Banished is boring. Banished is very bare bones, simple, and boring. But other games that kind of take the ideas and style of city building that Banished is, the kind of survival city builder where it's you against the elements, and add more interesting things to it, are very cool. So End Zone is pretty fucking cool, for example. It is also springtime. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, City Skylines is an incredibly powerful city designer. It's, as a management game, it's not very good. So I find actually having fun in City Skylines very difficult. I tried to play Frostpunk and I lasted for about an hour and a half, and that game made me so motion sick I wanted to vomit, so I stopped playing pretty quick. No dwarves have died of old age. At least no citizens have. Let's see how Bumblebed feels about being in the military. Seems to like it, even though you're nauseated. You want to pray. You in the military a little bit longer. Never played it much because of it. I mean, I liked the ideas behind it, but I don't know. My biggest problem with the little bits that I played of Frostpunk is that it tried really hard to make me feel things. And maybe I'm a cold person, but like, oh no, we have to have child labor. This is so bad. Is this the morally correct decision? Blah. And I just found that kind of trite and just kind of didn't do it. Because I loved the game that they put up before that, This War of Mine. This War of Mine was a very far from perfect game, but I loved it. So it's like I kind of had super high expectations and super high hopes for This War of Mine. But because I kind of didn't actually like the process of playing it, not the process of playing it, but because I enjoyed that game so much and I enjoyed the writing in that game so much, when I went over to Frostpunk, it's like, I just shut up. Stop trying to make me like feel bad about this, because I'm not going to. Yes, because they were redistributing assets that cost, which is stupid, because when you do open source projects like that, what you do is you don't distribute the assets and you require the user to provide the assets, like Open Roller Coaster Tycoon. Open Roller Coaster Tycoon uses the original assets, but you have to have the original assets, so you have to have a copy of the game installed in order to install Open RCT, because it's a patch for Roller Coaster Tycoon instead of a installer for the game in itself. So that's kind of my thought on city builders. Also, not really a city builder, but one of the best Tycoon games ever made is Transport Tycoon Deluxe and OpenTTD. And OpenTTD is free. So, worth stating. Also, the Transport Fever games are pretty good. You have a good night, 2 Second Hero. I never played Railway Empire. I heard that game was kind of shallow, but pretty. And I've played enough shallow railroad games. All right, chat. I think I'm going to just let you guys follow this dwarf for a little bit. Let's actually see how that dwarf in prison is doing. Come on, hang in there. Yeah, true, but it was free. Okay, if you got it free, then fuck yeah. Any game is good for the price of free. It doesn't, like, it could be Bad Rats and it's all right even if it's free. So there's a reason I played a lot of really bad Flash games back in the day. It's because they were fucking free. Anyway, so I'm going to let you guys just, like, follow this Diamond Destruct dwarf who's cutting gems. And I'm going to go quickly get myself a sandwich. When I come back, we're going to play some King Under the Mountain, if that works for you guys. So I will be gone for about 5 minutes. Yeah, not for very long, but for a couple minutes, it's kind of funny. You know, now is a good time to use sound commands if you have access to them, and it's also a good time to just post around beers. And if anybody pops in and goes, "Where the fuck's streamer at?" Just be like, "Yo, streamer getting FUD." And if you're here specifically for dwarves and you're going to peace out afterwards, there's a link to my YouTube channel where you can watch more Dwarf Fortress than you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And here's a link to the Patreon if you want to support the crap I do directly and get access to those sound commands you may be hearing. BRB, and I will see you guys in a couple of minutes. That's not how you spell Rock's Mind. Close, though. All right. Looks like the elves have arrived to trade, but that's it for Longdeath for the day. Means it's time for me to put a marker in the chat. And pop my face up. Well, actually, I can just sit here. Stand here, technically. Chat, do you think it's time to bring the world back down to my level? It is now! Which level? My level. Level 3, to be specific. How dare you force us to sink to your level? Welcome to the gutter. Welcome to the gutter. Let's close that. And close that. Update this. And I have a DM.